Chapter 44, 41 Plan E. The more data the human coalition gathered about the Orvan battlecruiser known as the Vigant Cesny, the more horrified everyone became. Even a person who did not understand anything about science and numbers could easily understand the prowess of a battlecruiser by looking at the sheer destruction wrought by just a single salvo of her 14 gigantic plasma cannons. For a tiny instant, Vess began to feel immediate regret about pushing the Golden Skull Alliance into hopping on board the Gemini family's risky joint operation. What was he thinking by putting himself along with everyone else in the Larkinson clan, at risk of getting blasted by this formidable pirate warship? The Gemini family has instructed us to switch to Plan E. Understood. Vess had already been briefed on all of the plans, so he knew exactly what the Geminis had in mind. Plan E is the right decision. Please explain it to me, Vess, Gloriana requested. Plan E involves a lot of stuff, but the key component is how we approach the Orvan battlecruiser. The firepower of the Vigant Cesny is too oppressive. Even if it looks like it will take a while for her primary armaments to recharge, a single spread of gigantic plasma bolts can easily melt hundreds, if not thousands, of our mechs at once, and I haven't even talked about her secondary and tertiary gun batteries yet. We can't allow the Vigant Cesny to fire a single salvo towards our fleet or main mech forces, so we need to take it out of the fight as soon as possible. Gloriana agreed with that assessment. Even she became terrified beyond belief as she saw the power of a hostile alien battleship that was close enough to threaten her life. Does that mean all 7 ace mechs will converge on the alien battlecruiser and take it down as soon as possible? Vess shook his head. No, look at all of the other alien warships that showed up. There are way too many of them. A handful are also pretty big and powerful as well. Our expert mechs and our regular mech forces aren't equipped to tackle so many warships, so most of our ace mechs will move to destroy the most threatening ones. What about the Orvan battlecruiser? The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem will take care of her. Look, the 2 ace mechs have already accelerated forward while entering into warp travel. They are rapidly closing in on the Vigant Cesny. The massive armed capital ship detected the approach of the 2 powerful mechs. It was hard to ignore the ace light skirmisher and the ace spearman mech, seeing as they both dragged their ostentatious domain fields with them as they moved. The Vigant Cesny's plasma cannons were still in the process of recharging, and they couldn't turn fast enough to track the dizzying evasion patterns of the 2 offensive ace mechs. However, the Vigant Cesny still had plenty of other guns at her disposal. Her formidable secondary kinetic cannon batteries began to fire in quick succession, causing the massive battlecruiser to launch a continuous string of heavy kinetic projectiles, each of which was capable of smashing over a dozen mechs in a row. Yet whenever these powerful frigate-grade projectiles came close to their targets, they rapidly lost speed and power, allowing the respective ace mechs to dodge them with ease. Saint Kingdoms are too powerful. If St. Gelmer Osenring was strong enough to mitigate the damage of numerous enormous plasma bolts, then St. Marissa Lewandowski and St. Calasandra Bouget were more than capable enough of doing the same to a bunch of weaker kinetic rounds. The problem was that the Vigant Cesny had 132 secondary guns at her disposal, and their firing rate was much more impressive. Not only that, they were also transphasic, so the ace pilots needed to exert a lot more effort into weakening the incoming shots. The continuous streams of transphasic kinetic projectiles were exerting a lot of pressure onto the 2 approaching ace mechs, but they were so small that the ace pilots did not have to evade too many projectiles. Though the Vigant Cesny activated a spatial inhibitor device that attempted to throw the 2 ace mechs out of warp travel, St. Lewandowski and St. Bouget exerted their willpower to block the new effect, thereby allowing their ace mechs to keep traversing forward at many times their usual speeds. Soon enough, the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem arrived right next to the Vigant Cesny, which sparked a lot of alarm throughout the unspoken fleet. The two ace mechs attempted to reach the hull of their target, but the Vigant Szczesny was covered by an array of rotating, segmented energy shields. Her secondary cannons were no longer able to track and fire at the ace mechs at such close range, but much of the 317 tertiary laser cannons did not have that problem. They flooded the two ace mechs with a continuous rain of accurate laser beams. Not only that, the Orvan destroyers and starfighters that were tasked with protecting the unspoken flagships also jumped into action. A flood of firepower quickly assailed the two ace mechs, making it increasingly less tenable for them to expose themselves to so much withering fire. That was until St. Marissa Lewandowski unveiled her full domain field. Soon enough, a dense and completely opaque ethereal smoke cloud surrounded the Jeddah Sandovar. The royal gem also fell within its influence, but it deliberately preserved St. Cassandra Boujet's ability to see through the smoke cloud. Now that the two ace mechs became a lot more difficult to target and pin down, the ace light skirmisher and the ace spearman mech proceeded to circle around the large but lumbering Vigant Szczesny, while constantly using their powerful melee strikes to weaken the Orvan battlecruiser's energy shield coverage. None of the Orvan combat assets could get a grip on the two tyrannical ace melee mechs. The warships were all firing blind into the rapidly moving smoke cloud. The hidden ace mechs also used the massive hull of the Vigant Szczesny as cover, preventing the Orvan destroyers from opening fire lest they hurt their own flagship. Though the Orvans attempted to send in hundreds of starfighters at once, the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem quickly cut and stabbed them all to pieces before they could do anything useful. Just two ace mechs have rendered the most powerful alien pirate fleet impotent, Vess uttered with shock. Though he knew that this was the aim of Plan E, he never imagined that the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem would be so effective. The Orvan battlecruiser can no longer afford to launch unscrupulous attacks at our other forces. Due to the division of pirate forces, the Unspoken did not receive any help. The Orvan pirates also weren't in a mood to assist their rivals. The Orvan pirates only cared about their own people and fleet, so as long as their flagship remained under threat, they could do nothing else but fight in their own little corner. That is one battlecruiser taken care of. Vess smiled as he saw how poorly the Unspoken coped with a pair of ace mechs. Don't celebrate too soon, Vess, Gloriana woke him up. There are many other warships that have already begun to open fire on our mechs. The Vigant Szczesny was hardly the only powerful warship at the disposal of the alien pirates. Though the battlecruiser towered above all of the other ships in terms of tonnage and high-end firepower, the immediate rivals of the Unspoken were not too far behind. The other pirate groups had their own sources of dependence that allowed them to gain at least some right to speak within the Palace of Shame. The information panels projected in front of his seat updated every other second as many different sources constantly plugged fresh information into the combined command net. Though not every source of information was accurate or reliable, there were thousands of analysts and specialists on duty whose job was to verify and corroborate every data entry. All of this work enabled Vess to trust the information supplied by the command net and assume it was all reliable. The picture it painted was not great. The Rattling Egg pirate fleet had two heavy cruisers at their disposal. Though there was an enormous difference in size and power between a battle cruiser and a heavy cruiser, the Rattling Eggs obtained a lot more tactical flexibility by being able to field two vessels at the same time. The 1,854,210 pirate fleet had 7 light cruisers at its disposal. The 1,854,210, or whatever they were called, made the relatively frugal decision to forego larger hulls so that they could concentrate on building up a larger collection of smaller ones. While light cruisers were much less expensive than heavy cruisers, they were not that much smaller. The differences were not that great aside from a substantial reduction in mass and armor. The reduction in firepower was not that big of a deal, and their mobility gained a substantial jump. The opalescent star pirate fleet was much worse off, as it only had 4 light cruisers at their disposal. That did not mean the opalescent stars could be ignored. Each of their vessels contained better tech and parts, allowing them to outperform any of their counterparts over at the 1,854,210. Finally, the Four Fingers pirate fleet deployed just 2 light cruisers. The caveat was that the Four Fingers also deployed a ship class that was a lot more familiar to the humans. "Is that a fleet carrier among the so-called Four Fingers?" Vess asked for confirmation. "That appears to be the case, sir. The First Finger is the flagship of the Four Fingers pirate group and is primarily armed with a large amount of light gun batteries. She lacks any greater armaments because most of her hull capacity is dedicated to fulfilling her purpose as a carrier for approximately 3,000 starfighters." "What, 3,000 starfighters?" "Yes, sir. The alien small craft are smaller and more compact than our mechs for the most part. According to a single source of intelligence, the different starfighters fielded by the Four Fingers can roughly be divided into 3 categories. The light interceptors are the smallest and most numerous models. They are primarily good at fighting other small craft. Next up are the medium gunships, which possess heavier firepower and are mainly used to provide support. The heavy bombers are packed with powerful ordnance and are solely employed to destroy large starships or fortifications. Are our mechs better than their starfighters? We cannot make that determination, as the indigenous aliens make use of an endless variety of starfighters. We can only make a rough estimate. Since the Four Fingers raided the alien space lanes of the Zelmer upper zones in the past, we believe that the starfighters should at least be on par with our own mechs." Vess relaxed a bit. "That is more manageable. How many starfighters have the alien pirates deployed up to this point?" "We have detected approximately 88,000 small craft so far. Many of them appear to be autonomous combat drones, but a third of them are manned or semi-manned craft." Vess widened his eyes. "Those are way more small craft than what we were led to believe from the estimates." It took a moment for the tactical officer to supply an answer. "We mainly based our estimates on the number of alien carrier vessels that we know of. We accounted for the possibility that the Palace of Shame would have hangar bays that also contain small craft, but we vastly underestimated how much the pirates have been willing to invest into defending their hidden base as opposed to their mobile fleet assets. The vast majority of craft that we did not expect to appear on the battlefield are largely unmanned or semi-manned." "What the hell does semi-manned craft even mean?" "Those are small craft that are piloted by an organic consciousness, but without all of the redundant parts," Gloriana explained to him. "Do you recall the plasma saber of the Neo Amadeus that we recently salvaged in Pima Prime and repurposed for our own use?" "Yeah, we call it the Scarlet Ember now. The Everchanger holds it now as the new weapon substantially increases its offensive threat. Wait." Chapter 44, 42 Alien Small Craft. The original plasma sword is not the same as a semi-manned craft, as the human head integrated into the body of the weapon did not gain any control over it. The semi-manned craft are different in that they are completely controlled by an alien head or other organic monstrosity. I believe that they should be specially cultivated for the job." "I see." Regardless of how the different alien species pulled it off, Vess still found the entire notion to be unnatural. It was a practice that stood against everything the mech industry and human society stood for. These semi-manned craft needed to be destroyed. While Vess experienced an intense emotional rejection towards this type of craft, Gloriana expressed interest towards them. She realized for the first time how useful it could be to encounter radically different forms of alien technology. "I wonder how the aliens have managed to implement manned, semi-manned, and unmanned craft. Manned craft should be the most reliable, but also the most difficult and expensive option." Unmanned craft are most likely regarded as disposable units, as it is difficult for them to perform well under heavy jamming. Semi-manned craft are probably seen as an improved version of the latter. Vess manipulated his interface and called up additional feeds that showed a handful of the alien combat drones and starfighters from different pirate fleets. They came in many different shapes and configurations. For example, there was a small craft model that came in the form of a large black brick. The strange craft employed a strange method of propulsion that did not rely on thrusters to push it forward. This allowed it to maintain full armor coverage in every direction. The only instant where it exposed its weak points was when it needed to open up the smallest holes possible so that its integrated energy weapons could open fire at its targets. The flying brick craft were completely unmanned and could easily be stacked on top and alongside each other by the hundreds, if not thousands. Their completely geometric shapes meant that they took up a lot less hull space than any other small craft. When Vess took into account that they were all unmanned, their owners did not even have to reserve additional space, funding, and other resources to support a large number of starfighter pilots. Vess let out a dismissive snort. These brick craft may be an easy and efficient way to field a lot of combat drones, but they aren't fighting against the usual kind of small craft they are accustomed to. Our mechs are an entirely different beast. Humanity's prohibition against the use of warships did not weaken its desire for greater strength and combat effectiveness. As soon as the age of mechs came to be, the human race took away much of the resources that previously went into improving warships and allocated all of it into supercharging research and development of mechs. Human civilization was still incredibly huge, even after it had managed to limp out of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. 4 centuries of uninterrupted development had allowed humanity to elevate a special variation of small craft at an astounding pace. Each subsequent mech generation introduced a constant slew of industry-wide improvements. All of these efforts enabled humanity to turn mechs into a much more mature weapon platform that came a lot closer to rivaling warships. Tens of thousands of strange brick drones were flooding in numerous directions, but most of them were flying straight towards the mechs of the Santana group. Vess couldn't help but laugh when he saw that. Good luck with that. The Santana Third Fleet primarily fielded hybrid mechs and heavy artillery mechs. Each of them opened fire at the incoming swarm of black brick craft with the many different guns at their disposal. Immediately, the alien brick craft began to showcase their greatest merit, which was their strong, all-round defense. Their relatively thick armor plating in combination with their special propulsion method allowed the bricks to absorb incoming fire from one side. Once the armor on this side had reached the end of its rope, the bricks simply flipped around and exposed an undamaged side towards the enemy. Doing this several times in a row allowed the bricks to resist up to 6 times as much damage than normal. While Vess found the design concept to be interesting, the combat drone had a lot of flaws. The propulsion method is too slow, Vess criticized. Who cares whether it can fly forwards, backwards, downwards, upwards, or sideways at the exact same rate of acceleration when it is always lagging behind? This was great for the ranged mechs of the Santana group, as they all felt free to fire their weapon systems as many times as possible. This is a dream scenario to the many guns doctrine, Vess remarked as he saw the approaching bricks falling apart by the dozens with each passing seconds. The Santanas have the greatest firepower out of all of the mech forces. The brick craft are way over their heads if they think that spinning around can stop them from getting shredded into pieces. His wife also directed her attention to this large swarm of unmanned craft. The unusual-looking drones aren't completely useless, Vess. They have successfully attracted much of the firepower of the Santana mechs. Look at the alien warships that are behind the drones' swarm. The larger threats have yet to be engulfed by too many attacks. The Santanas already have a solution for them. Warships are best left to more powerful mechs. The Santana Group's decent collection of expert-ranged mechs had already begun to open fire at the smaller warships heading in its direction. Most of the alien warships, no matter whether they looked similar to human warships or radically different, seemed to rely more on transphasic energy shields than solid armor for protection. It made sense as it was much cheaper and more economical to rely on energy-based defenses. This appeared to be a universal technological application to the indigenous alien races, as even the weirdest and most inhuman-looking warships boasted powerful energy shields. The strangest warship heading in the direction of the Santana Mechs was a biomechanical starfish-like ship that was shaped like a flexible starfish. Vess even had the illusion that the half-organic, half-metallic vessel was actually a living being that the aliens had transformed into a living warship. Yet despite the unique advantages conveyed by this biomechanical monstrosity, the Thunderer Mark Roman II only needed to launch a couple of powerful volleys to strip away half of the alien vessel's powerful energy shields. The Santana Group's powerful heavy artillery mech couldn't afford to finish the job, though. The Palace of Shame had unveiled numerous powerful heavy gun batteries that were almost just as powerful as the primary armaments of the Vigant Cesny. Each time they fired, they either stressed out the defenses of an ace mech or wiped out dozens of mechs that were unlucky enough to be in the way of a gigantic energy beam. Fortunately, the Thunderer Mark Roman II was well-suited to destroy these powerful base modules. No matter how much shielding and armor the aliens had employed to protect their critical base guns, St. Osenring's unreasonable ability to make his Gauss projectiles produce exaggeratingly powerful shockwaves upon impact easily ruptured many of the components necessary to make these powerful gun batteries work. While the Thunderer Mark Roman II already shifted its attention to other high-priority threats, the Santana Group's expert mechs proceeded to finish the jobs by firing many of their shots at the partially unshielded biomechanical warship. Though the giant starfish vessel seemed to suffer a lot of pain, to the point of firing powerful retaliatory gamma laser beams from some of the pointy limbs. Vess could see that the Santana Group would be fine, even if it took a while to whittle down all of the alien brick craft and warships. He turned his attention back to the situation of the Larkinson clan and its allies. Every major pirate fleet banded together with their own cliques or factions, who they trusted a little more than their other rivals. There was still plenty of animosity between the pirate factions, and it did not look as if they trusted each other to cover their backs. As such, every major pirate alliance went their own way and attacked a different human mech force. The ones arrayed against the Golden Skull Alliance was an armada led by the 1,854,210 pirate fleet. Great, Vess grimaced. We get to confront the major pirate fleet that just happens to field the most light cruisers. Light cruisers might not sound like an impressive classification, but they were still considerably larger and more threatening than frigates and destroyers. The smaller warships were actually more suited to fight against mech forces, as their hulls were covered with a lot of anti-fighter gun batteries. However, the 7 light cruisers of the 1,854,210 pirate fleet still posed a huge threat to the Golden Scullers. Their larger and more powerful armaments easily shattered asteroids that human mechs used for cover, and they could even damage and cripple any nearby combat carriers that had been brought forward to offer resupply and rescue services. Then there was the chaotic swarm of starfighters and combat drones. None of them appeared to come from a single predominant source, so their models and their formations widely diverged from each other. There were thousands of what he considered to be traditional starfighters. Their aerodynamic shapes and wings made it clear that they were designed to fight under atmospheric conditions if necessary. The fully armored cockpits did not expose any alien pilots, but Vess knew they were definitely present and in control. Some of the starfighters apparently belonged to an elite squadron or force, as they were not only as fast as light mechs, but were also controlled by highly skilled alien pilots who utilized their craft quite well. Then there were the more disposable drones that were a lot easier to shoot down. It was pretty clear that most of them were thrown in to serve as cannon fodder and attract a lot of firepower, but the Golden Scullers had little choice but to eliminate them first. Every Mech pilot, aside from the ones who were piloting the Transcendent Punishers, would down a lot fewer craft if they targeted the more elite units first. This was especially the case for the melee Mechs that had temporarily set aside their usual weapons in order to wield spare rifles. Their performance against the elite alien starfighters was exceptionally poor. Since it was much easier for them to take down a large amount of drones at longer ranges, General Verl and the other military leaders tasked most of their ranged units to mow down the cannon fodder first. Thousands of drones and occasionally starfighters either exploded or became crippled in space. The Mechs that were responsible for doing this also began to suffer damage. They coped much better with the situation as they were used to enduring much more severe attacks from enemy Mech forces. The 1,854,210 and the other alien pirate forces didn't really put much emphasis on their small craft, though. Their true reliance was their warships. We have our own answer for their armed starships. The Mars had already opened fire on one of the 7 light cruisers. The Ace hybrid Mech's Arceus system unleashed a fully charged salvo that not only struck the energy shields of the alien warship, but partially managed to phase through and strike at the thick hull plating underneath. In the meantime, multiple light cruisers attempted to strike a return blow by bombarding the Mars and the space around it with a mixture of physical projectiles and energy beams, only for the relatively small. Fast and nimble, Ace Mech to evade most of the attacks and block the remainder with its Saint Kingdom. Is that the best you can do, aliens? The power of technology is nothing compared to the power of a human saint. Let me show you why humanity will reign supreme over the Red Ocean one day. Chapter 44, 43 Mech Vitikas Warship. The Mars played a critical role in defeating the heavy hitters of the incoming alien armada. The Ace hybrid Mech had at least partially been designed with this purpose in mind. Any expert Mech and Ace Mech designed in the new frontier had to offer a solution against alien opponents in order to keep up with the times. So far, the Mars relied on nothing but its Arceus system to continually pound an unlucky alien light cruiser with resonance-enhanced positron beams. The 1,854,210 pirates probably couldn't believe that such a tiny machine could hit as hard as a warship that was many times larger and heavier. It was already bad enough that the powerful humans managed to miniaturize their most powerful combat assets to such an insane degree. For this miniaturized combat machine to also retain all of the size and mobility advantage of small craft was the truly ridiculous part. Only the most technologically alien races, such as the Pulmers, were capable of producing such a miracle craft, and even then none of them bothered with such inventions due to the excessive costs associated with extreme miniaturization. The Pulmers might as well upgrade their warship homes with a powerful new weapon system or build a completely new starfaring vessel. It seemed the mysterious humans didn't get the memo, because the Mars continued to give the aliens a crash course on why Ace Mech were so renowned and feared in human society. It only took a minute for the targeted light cruiser to look miserable. The penetrating positron beams launched by the Arceus system eventually punched through the exterior hull and ruined dozens of compartments. The 1,854,210 pirate fleet tried its best to adapt, of course. The alien commanders may be a bit ignorant about the power of human mechs, but they were not stupid. They wouldn't have been able to command one of the most powerful pirate fleets of the Palace of Shame if they were stupid. The light cruisers are getting serious. The warships no longer directed their firepower towards other targets. The aliens fully recognized the acute threat posed by the Mars and employed every measure at their disposal to eliminate this superfly. First, they tried to saturate the Mars with firepower. The primary and secondary gun batteries of all 7 warships practically flooded the space surrounding the Ace Mech. Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom experienced a much higher drain as the excessive attacks quickly drained a lot of energy. Second, the alien light cruisers also began to employ other solutions. 2 of the warships launched a flurry of missiles that rapidly soared towards the Mars and exploded in a wide area around the Ace Mech. The missiles turned out to produce a powerful EMP effect upon detonation and would have been able to disable or fry the circuitry of many starfighters. It was a pity that the Mars was so well designed that an EMP attack of this magnitude hardly stressed out its protection against these kinds of attacks. Another warship launched a series of torpedoes that eventually unfolded into powerful alloy nets that could envelop any elusive starfighter. Heh, are you serious? Patriarch Reginald Cross did not take the incoming nets seriously at all. His Mars easily evaded most of the nets and overcame the remaining ones by blasting holes in them that were wide enough for his Mech to easily get through. It would have been fine even if his Ace Mech got caught. It had plenty of ways to shred the nets. The aliens didn't give up, though. Their light cruisers were large enough to accommodate a lot of different attack and debilitation methods. Since pirates primarily wanted to capture their prey intact, many of their warships were loaded with features that helped them fulfill this goal. From launching electrifying darts that would subject a target of all of the electrical power that the warships could channel through them, to launching nuclear missiles that were ordinarily reserved for larger threats, such as the Vigant Cesny, nothing was working. The Mars made excellent use of its mobility and easily dodged the majority of the tricks that the aliens sent in its direction. The electrifying darts, along with many other weird solutions, had no chance of hitting anything in the first place. As for measures that had the potential to hit the Mars, or inflict so much area damage that the Ace Mech would get affected, Patriarch Reginald proactively shot them down before they could get close. Despite their terrible might and reputation, none of the nuclear missiles managed to inflict any damage onto the Mars. At this time, the Mars had finally managed to land so many attacks on the increasingly damaged light cruiser that the alien vessel was already losing power. The crew of the pirate ship did their best to control the damage, but the positron beams launched by the Arceus system continually exhibited the damage. The first light cruiser of the 1,854,210 pirate fleet has gone down. Over a third of her hull is destroyed or heavily damaged, while the remainder has lost power. The Mars could have continued to attack the crippled ship further, but there were other threats that needed to be taken care of. Patriarch Reginald already directed the Arceus system to switch to a second light cruiser. The pirate warships were all the same in his eyes. As long as his Ace Mech bombarded them with energy attacks long enough, they would eventually succumb to his might. Too slow. Reginald did not have the patience to grind down so many warships from a comfortable distance. The longer this battle dragged on, the more his Saint Kingdom wore out. This would eventually force him to fall back on the Abbasi's armor to mitigate subsequent attacks. This was why Reginald directed his powerful Ace Mech to advance forward and close the distance to his enemies as soon as possible. The Mars had more weapons at its disposal aside from the Arceus system. Reginald had chosen to equip it with shoulder-mounted missile launchers this time. Though he usually preferred to equip his Ace Mech with shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons, their calibers weren't sufficient against his current opponents. He opted to go for a missile launcher because there was a much wider range of missile payloads. So far, Reginald had yet to fire any missiles. The alien warships possessed so much interception capabilities that his missiles would go down just as easily as the nuclear ones launched by his opponents. This was why he waited until his Mars rapidly closed the gap with the help of its Pulsar V, one transphasic flight system. The shorter the distance between the Mars and the alien warships, the harder it became for the latter to open fire without concerns. Warships were generally comfortable with exchanging fire across larger voids. The majority of them were never designed to excel in knife-fighting range. The reason why the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean still made use of starfighters was because the small craft were highly effective once they managed to get extremely close to their targets. Now, the Mars had also managed to get close. The Ace hybrid Mech cheekily flew into the formation of the large, but not very maneuverable alien vessels, and prevented most of them from firing their guns for fear of causing friendly fire. The elite starfighters are coming to the rescue. The aliens already anticipated the arrival of the Mars, and had made sure to gather up several hundred elite starfighters to chase after the Mars. The formidable-looking starfighters were much stronger and of much higher quality than the cannon fodder that comprised the majority of the aliens' small craft. However, as soon as they came close to their target, the Mars merely lifted the arm that held its shotgun and opened fire. Thousands of resonance-empowered pellets blasted into space and engulfed a large chunk of the incoming alien starfighters in a rain of unstoppable projectiles. Many alien pilots screamed or simply shattered into bloody mists as their powerful and resilient starfighters instantly crumbled against the might of an ace Mech. Fools, Vess contemptuously snorted as he saw this result. An ace Mech can easily defeat entire Mech divisions worth of Mechs. It is beyond stupid for the aliens to think that a few hundred starfighters can do the job. Gloriana was a little more generous towards the enemy. You cannot blame the aliens for their ignorance. Ace Mechs are well outside the realm of possibility for most alien civilizations. They are oddities even to humans like ourselves. You were just like them when you were younger. It took a confrontation between your forces and the Olympus Mons to truly sink in how much Ace Mechs defied the standard conventions of reality. She was right. Ace Mechs were so counterintuitively powerful that descriptions and archival footage were not enough to establish their power. Only direct demonstrations sufficed, and the aliens of the 1,854,210 pirate group were just beginning to find out what a masterwork Ace Mech could do when it was in its midst. One of the greatest advantages of a hybrid Mech was that it possessed so many weapon systems that it could multitask. Its Arceus system had not stopped firing at the second alien light cruiser. The defenses of the next warship on Reginald's list was faring just as poorly as the first one that had already fallen out of formation. At the same time, the Mars regularly aimed its shotgun in different directions to blast away another swarm of incoming starfighters. When the aliens finally adjusted their tactics and spread out their reinforcements, Reginald mostly ignored the small craft as their damage was far too low to threaten the Mars. In the meantime, Reginald finally put the shoulder-mounted missile launchers to good use. At a certain point, the Mars fired a full spread of resonance-empowered transphasic missiles at 3 other light cruisers. Though the warships in question automatically tried to intercept the powerful missiles, the distance was far too short for this measure to take effect. The first wave of missiles impacted against the segmented transphasic energy shields of the 3 vessels, causing them to overload to the point where they no longer provided any protection. The second wave of missiles that followed almost immediately afterwards slipped through the gaps before the alien light cruisers could close it up and proceeded to strike the exteriors of those vessels. Powerful explosions rent through the hull plating and damaged a decent amount of ship systems and compartments. The missile attacks managed to knock out several major gun batteries, which provided the Mars and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance with a lot of relief. "Let me get up close and personal this time," Reginald exclaimed. The Mars had damaged the second light cruiser to such an extent that the alien vessel was open and vulnerable. However, the ship was still large enough that it would take a while for the Arceus system to completely cripple her like last time. Patriarch Reginald decided to cut that short and boldly sent his Mars closer. The Ace Mech lifted its transphasic axe and leveraged its entire Saint Kingdom so that it began to mimic the weapon. With a single swing, the physical axe as well as the giant reddish axe that Reginald had formed with his Saint Kingdom inflicted a catastrophic strike to the hapless light cruiser's damaged hull. It was as if a giant cleaver had chopped into the poor alien pirate vessel. The damage was so exaggerated that the aliens simply couldn't process how a single physical strike could have such far-reaching effects. None of them understood the nature and the properties of a Saint Kingdom. It was the ultimate offensive, defensive, and supportive tool. Only other Ace Mechs could resist the oppressive effects of a domain field. Warships are screwed if they can't come up with an effective answer against Ace Mechs. Were the alien pirates capable of handling this threat? Or would the Mars and every other Ace Mech ruin all of their warships? Chapter 44 Horrible Warship. While the Mars was making considerable progress in assaulting the light cruisers of the 1,854,210 pirate group, the other Ace Mechs were also pulling their own weight. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem took on the greatest burden during this battle. Both of them were no weaker than the Mars, and they were more than powerful enough to demolish any typical warship. The problem was that the Vigant Cesny was not an ordinary warship. Piracy was profitable, but it was also a risky activity to say the least. Those who engaged in this business turned into outlaws and could no longer engage in regular commerce without the use of middlemen. Before the arrival of humanity, the production and procurement of high-end warships had always been a tightly controlled affair. The most advanced warships not only utilized proprietary technology that were not available on the open markets, but they could only be built by specialized shipyards that were often tightly controlled by government institutions. Typical outlaws only had two ways of obtaining a ship. They either hijacked one and converted the vessel for their own use, or they exchanged one from an unscrupulous seller. Outlaws could forget about constructing advanced warships themselves. The amount of personnel, infrastructure, resources, research, and industry required to set up such a massive operation could only be accomplished at the level of a state or star nation. The Palace of Shame was far too small and isolated to function as a complete industrial hub. So far, every warship employed by every pirate group largely conformed to what the pirates of this region could reasonably obtain through their limited means. By the standards of the indigenous galactic community, most of their warships were common products that were widely available to civilian buyers. The alien governments that used to exist in the surrounding regions never cared for them too much, as they were simply far too weak to pose any threat against their rule. This was what made the Unspoken so much different from every other pirate group based in the Palace of Shame. The Orvan pirate group might not field the greatest amount of warships, but all of the vessels were by far the most advanced among the vessels taking part in the battle today. From their many destroyers to their singular battle cruiser, each of them were originally military-grade vessels that had only grown weaker due to their age, inadequate maintenance, and their technological obsolescence. However, even if the indigenous alien militaries had already phased out warships built to these standards a long time ago, that did not mean they were weak. Whereas many of the other warships found themselves unable to keep themselves going after getting targeted by a powerful human Ace Mech, the fearsome Vigant Cesny still managed to stay in one piece even after 5 minutes of tangling against the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem. Saint Marissa Lewandowski of the Adelaide Mercenary Company and Saint Calasandra Bouget had been working as hard as they could to overcome the defenses of the Orvan battlecruiser. They initially assumed that even if the Orvan battlecruiser was able to project a stronger array of segmented energy shields, they could just concentrate their attacks and break through them in order to reach the hull of the warship. An Ace Mech obtained an incredible advantage once they came close enough to a warship. Many of the powerful armaments of a vessel could no longer target the Mech directly, especially when the small but highly dangerous war machine reached one of the blind spots where many gun batteries simply couldn't target due to their physical limitations. However, when the Ace Light Skirmisher and the Ace Spearman Mech cooperated with each other to overwhelm one of the segmented energy shields, they dove forward only for them to collide against another layer of segmented energy shields. "This is ridiculous," St. Lewandowski burst out as the withering fire from the battlecruiser's secondary and tertiary gun batteries forced her relatively fragile light skirmisher to vacate the hole. "How can a warship maintain 2 layers of energy shields? I have never seen anything like this from a human starship." Her fellow female ace pilot was also taken aback at this unwelcome discovery. "We are fighting against aliens. The common sense that we have long applied against humans is no longer valid anymore. This is merely one of several deviations that we have encountered." "What do we do then? It has already taken us a great amount of effort to break through 1 layer of energy shields. We don't have the time or energy to break through another one before the first layer covers the gap again. The window of opportunity to produce a sequential breakthrough is too small. Be patient." St. Calasandra Boudjay spoke as her royal Jeem kept testing the defenses of the Vigant Cesny while making sure to remain in St. Lewandowski's obscuring domain field. "It will take more effort than we thought to eliminate this battlecruiser, but it is not a problem for us to occupy the alien vessel's attention for the time being. We are still fulfilling our main objective." St. Lewandowski growled as her Jeddah Sandovar struck one of the segmented energy shields with both of its commas. "That's not enough. I don't have a problem if one of us can't do anything to this big warship, but it is a travesty that the 2 of us still can't make any progress." As a light skirmisher specialist, St. Lewandowski highly preferred taking action and making progress. Getting stalled and failing to produce any noticeable results was one of her worst pet peeves. This was also one of the reasons why St. Calasandra Boudjay had been paired with her. As 230-year-old mainstay of the Boudjay family, St. Calasandra possessed the age, wisdom, strength, and prestige to restrain her younger and more impatient colleague. "I have transmitted a request to Jelmer Osenring," St. Calasandra said after a while. "His Thunderer Mark Roman II should have the firepower to break one of the segmented energy shields." "Great. Let us combine our forces and break through the alien battlecruiser's turtle shell. Get ready. We need to plan and time our movements. The segmented energy shields rotate so quickly that we only have 2 or so seconds to launch all of our attacks." The timing was so tight that ordinary Mech pilots would never be able to pull off the required sequence of moves. Ace pilots were much different. Each of them had already evolved beyond the limitations of their mortal coils. A problem like this was no big deal to the likes of these powerful saints. The only problem was that they could not fully predict the enemy's responses. Though St. Lewandowski's smoky domain field managed to cover a substantial portion of the Vigant Cesny's interior, it could not envelop the entire hull. Only the closest gun batteries and crews were blinded by the Jeddah Sandovar's St. Kingdom. The other gun batteries that were situated further away could still fire into the smoke cloud. Though the 2 ace Mechs could still rely on their St. Kingdoms to mitigate the incoming attacks, they could not do so repeatedly when struck by too many powerful attacks. The enormous plasma bolts fired by the primary gun batteries were especially exhausting to block. Each time one of the 14 plasma cannon batteries discharged its energies, a hot and searing bolt passed through at least a fifth of the volume of the obscuring smoke cloud. Over time, the crew of the Vigant Cesny began to wake up and began to wait until at least half of the plasma cannon batteries were ready to fire. Whenever 7 or more city-destroying plasma bolts launched into the smoke cloud at once, the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem were forced to abort their current actions and do their best to evade or block the attacks. This was why the 2 ace Mechs patiently waited for the battlecruiser to launch this attack sequence. The power of her primary armaments was incredible, but the downside was that it seemingly ages for them to get ready to fire again. Soon enough, the sensitive ace pilots instinctively sensed an acute threat heading in their directions. Now, the two ace mechs darted away an instant before a torrent of plasma bolts engulfed their previous coordinates and many of the areas around them. The spread of searing hot plasma was so massive that neither ace mech got away unscathed. The Jeddah Sandovar was much faster and managed to avoid most of the attacks. St. Marissa Lewandowski only had to exert a bit of effort to weaken the edge of the remaining plasma bolt. The Royal Gem was not as quick to escape the danger zone, but its defenses were much more considerable. St. Calisandra Boujay's domain field was much stronger and could neutralize a lot more incoming attacks than any other individual ace pilot on the battlefield. The rest of the plasma energies that managed to get through could only splash uselessly against the powerful transphasic armor of the ace spearman mech. It's our turn now. St. Gelmer Osenring had already been paying attention to the fight that was taking place around the Vigant Cesny. His Thunderer Mark Roman II quickly shifted its cannons away from his previous target and locked onto one of the segmented energy shields of the alien battlecruiser. Letter 1D41FR, Letter 1D6AT, Letter 1D41EW, Letter 1D41E, Letter 1D483, Letter 1D5FB. CM. The Ace Heavy Artillery Mech opened fire as soon as it could. 10 resonance-empowered Gauss rounds streaked across the battlefield, struck the segmented energy shield with full force. This time, the Thundered Mark Roman II did not discharge any shield-bypassing rounds. They may be enough to get through one layer of energy shields, but 2 of them was a bit too much, especially when they were on the stronger side, as was the case with the Vigant Cesny. No, the salvo this time consisted of more mundane shield-breaking rounds that were especially designed for just these kinds of occasions. St. Lewandowski and St. Boujay both lit up as they saw one of the segmented energy shields of the outer layer explode in a dramatic fashion. There's a hole. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem both dove in while preparing their strongest attacks. The former's St. Kingdom still maintained a smoky field, but a portion of the smoke solidified and magnified the range of the ace mech's commas. Break. When the Jeddah Sandovar finally attacked, its empowered commas struck with enough force to break through any other barrier, but only managed to deplete only a part of the power of the segmented energy shield of the second layer. This was not that big of a surprise, as the attack power of a single strike from an ace light mech was not that much. This was where the Royal Gem came in. As the ace spearman mech charged forth as if it was a lancer mech, St. Calisandra Boujay gathered her power and shaped her Saint Kingdom into a giant spear in front of her machine. Before her charge attack could hit the mark, St. Boujay opened her mouth and issued a royal proclamation. I decree that you shall break in front of my spear. The damaged, segmented energy shield seemed to destabilize all of a sudden. The vulnerability only lasted for a short amount of time, as it was far too difficult for an ace mech to interfere with the operation of such a strong defensive measure. But this was more than enough for the Royal Gem to exploit this golden opportunity. The massively empowered spear struck the energy shield in question and pierced through as if the ace mech was poking its spear through a fragile piece of glass. Yet just as St. Calisandra Boujay wanted to extend the charge and push her Royal Gem inside the protective envelope of the Orvan battlecruiser, her expert mech's spear suddenly collided against a third layer of segmented energy shields. What? The Royal Gem barely had time to pull back before a furious salvo of plasma bolts, kinetic rounds and laser beams flooded its former position with an ocean of attacks. Chapter 44, 45 Defensive Strength. How can this be? The intelligence collected by the Gemini family is too far off. St. Calisandra Boujay scowled as she finally lost her composure. We're not dealing with a battlecruiser here. The Vigant Cesny is closer to a battleship. A battleship. It was not that much of a surprise for St. Boujay to make this conclusion after witnessing the defensive capabilities of the successive layers of segmented energy shields up close. It was as if the Vigant Zesny was an aquatic creature that was covered by 3 layers of fish scales. That wasn't all. The monstrous fish could not only regenerate every destroyed scale after a short period of time, but it could also rotate its fish scales so that it became impossible to break through the defenses by attacking the Vigant Zesny from a single angle. Though there were major differences between a human battleship and the Vigant Zesny, as long as the effort required to break their defenses were at the same level, then the unspoken flagship should actually be classified as a battleship. There was a fundamental difference between a battle cruiser and a battleship. If it turned out that the temporary coalition had initiated a fight against the latter, then the cost of attaining a victory may be far greater than anyone initially expected. When St. Calisandra Bouget shared her latest findings about the Vigant Zesny to the other ace pilots and leaders of the temporary coalition, the explosive news sparked a small commotion. It was not every day that a bunch of pioneers could stumble upon a battleship. "Calm down, everyone," Patriarch Cobalt Gemini of the Gemini family spoke over the command channel. "The unspoken flagship may be more resilient than we thought, but she does not have the full spectrum of weapons and auxiliary modules of a battleship that we are used to seeing. The fact that the Vigant Zesny doesn't have any effective means to repel the Jeddah Sandovar, and the Royal Gem is enough to show that the Vigant Zesny is far from being able to defeat all of us single-handedly." Matriarch Sina Gemini affirmed her brother and husband's words. "The effort needed to defeat the Vigant Zesny is greater than we have anticipated, but eliminating her is not a necessity for the time being. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem are still able to occupy the attention of not just the Orvan battleship, but also the rest of the unspoken fleet. The fact that 2 ace mechs could tie up the strongest individual pirate fleet was a huge contribution to the battle. The Orvans had little choice but to continue in their efforts to fight back against the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem. This was because if the Unspoken dared to shift their attacks to other targets, the Ace Light Skirmisher and the Ace Spearman Mech could fully concentrate on chipping away at the defenses of the Vigant Zesny. No matter whether she was protected by 3 successive layers of segmented energy shields, the 2 ace mechs would definitely be able to find a way to get through eventually. So the Orvans had little choice but to employ all of their might to keep the 2 threats at bay. As a result, both sides entered into a stalemate. Most of the alien pirates were probably happy that their side managed to tie up 2 threatening ace mechs. The human coalition was also glad that a fairly powerful alien battleship and accompanying ships were taken off the board. "Look at the progress we are making elsewhere. We have gained the upper hand in all of our other confrontations against the alien pirate fleets," Matriarch Sina Gemini said. She was right. The Santana group with the Thunderer Mark Roman II was making short work of all of the starfighters and warships that attempted to get closer. The overwhelming ranged firepower of the Santana mechs was simply too much for the aliens to contend against. While the damage of a single attack might not be the greatest, the sheer quantity of guns that the Santana group could bring to bear against its immediate enemies was so great that many aliens began to lose heart. Already, dozens of starfighters had begun to turn around and flee towards safety. Though the other aliens quickly made short work of the cowards, the fact that some of them wanted to give up on this attack run was already a sign that all was not well with the enemies. The Golden Skull Alliance was also doing great. Though there were 7 light cruisers among the pirate armada that was bearing down on the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers, the Mars alone completely dominated the 1,854,210 pirate fleet's warships. 2 of the 7 light cruisers had already been downed. The Mars was merrily in the process of dismantling a 3rd one while evading the attacks from the remaining alien warships in the vicinity. The Gemini family and the Lyra Foundation were also doing fantastic. The former enjoyed the protection of the embodiment of love and the embodiment of sacrifice. The teamwork that both ace mechs exhibited in combat was far greater than the ad hoc cooperation between the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem. During the ongoing battle, the Gemini Saints fully demonstrated the amazing potential that love could bring forth. The ability for both of them to not only merge their saint kingdoms together, but borrow from each other's power was massive. Whenever the embodiment of love's powerful energy rifle launched an attack, the energy beam never failed to punch through the energy shield of a fully operational alien cruiser and inflict serious material damage to the hull. Not a single ace mech could achieve this result, aside from maybe the Thunderer Mark Roman II. The reason why the embodiment of love could inflict so much damage was because Saint Kaya Gemini was never alone in her efforts. Saint Sandro Gemini was of the same mind as her. Whenever his sister was about to launch an attack, he lent his true resonance to the embodiment of love. The commingling of two different but highly compatible sources of true resonance produced mysterious effects. The most important effect was that Saint Kaya and Saint Sandro were able to resonate with each other and combine their forces in a way that amplified their output. In the meantime, any effort by the aliens to concentrate their firepower and retaliate against the Gemini family's ace rifleman Mech failed to achieve any substantial results. The embodiment of love was fast enough to evade the brunt of the attacks, while the embodiment of sacrifice dutifully blocked the rest from getting through. The reason why the Gemini Saints hadn't managed to clean up all of the pirate forces that had foolishly attempted to attack in this direction was because their help was needed to assist the other pioneering groups. Since the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bouget family had both sent out their ace pilot to contain the unspoken pirate fleet, their Mech forces lacked the immediate protection of their greatest trump cards. Though their expert Mechs and regular Mechs tried their best to take down the aliens bearing down on them, it took too long to break open the defenses of the larger and more powerful cruisers. "We need more help," General Herman Fontaine pleaded to his allies. "If you cannot spare the firepower to get rid of at least 2 of the light cruisers that are threatening my forces, we can't promise you that the Jeddah Sandovar will keep harassing the Orvan battleship." "The same goes for us," a leader of the Bouget family said. "Maybe the Jeddah Sandovar is enough to keep the Vigant Cesny. Let us recall our Royal Gem so we can teach these filthy aliens that sending their warships in our direction is a grave mistake. There is no need for the 2 of you to threaten a break from our plan," Matriarch Sina Gemini admonished the leader of the Adelaides. "We cannot afford to let either of your ace mechs suspend their current tasks. A single ace mech cannot threaten a battleship of this caliber. It takes 2 of our great machines to fully lock down the unspoken fleet. Then why aren't you sending out your embodiment of love and embodiment of sacrifice? The teamwork of your Gemini Saints is far better than our 2 ace pilots. Because even the power of love cannot punch through 3 layers of energy shields at once," Patriarch Kobold Gemini told them all. "Our science officers have analyzed the new data and revised their estimates of the Vigant Cesny's defensive capabilities. Unless we have the patience to wear out the Orvan battleship's shield generators and power supply, it may take up to 4 ace mechs to breach her defenses." 4 ace mechs, that's crazy. We should be lucky that defense is the only area the Vigant Cesny excels at. Her ability to fight against other warships is great, but her ability to take down ace mechs that are flying closely around her hull is much worse. Seeing how vital it was to contain the Orvan battleship, the Gemini family, the Santana Group, and the Golden Skull Alliance all gave the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bouget family a hand. The embodiment of love, the Thunderer Mark Roman II, and the Mars utilized their potent ranged firepower to launch periodic strikes at the warships that threatened the last 2 pioneering groups. The situation across the battlefield soon became a lot stabler and more even. The pirates were suffering horrendous losses, while the human Mech forces were suffering relatively little damage in return. The only instances where the human Mech forces began to experience more difficulties was when the alien combat drones and starfighters finally came close enough. Though the human Mechs quickly proved their superiority over their counterparts, they were outnumbered by the alien small craft. Still, the difference in performance was too great. It was only a matter of time before the aliens lost their fighter screen. Everything went well. None of the pioneering forces experienced any major crises. It appeared that the Gemini family's extensive planning and preparation work largely paid off, as there were no signs that the aliens could overturn the current trend. That was until the Gemini family somehow gathered a crucial piece of intelligence that completely changed the way the human coalition approached the Battle of the Borean Belt. Enemy reinforcements are on the way, Patriarch Cobalt Gemini announced. They will be arriving much sooner than we anticipated. They may reach the Palace of Shame in as little as 17 minutes. What? Can you tell us more about these reinforcements? Vess urgently asked. Certainly, Patriarch Larkinson. We already took into account that the pirate groups would call for help, but our estimates of the nature of the reinforcements were off. We thought that the Unspoken and the other pirate groups would be in a hurry to recall their hidden patrol ships on patrol throughout the Borean Belt. Now that we have received further information, we have found out that our opponents have requested aid from another alien power. Who? Please take into account that we cannot confirm this piece of news. But if our intelligence is accurate, then the alien group that created the Palace of Shame in the first place may have dispatched a small but powerful relieving force to our location. We do not know what the force comprises, only that it is powerful enough to motivate all of the pirates that are risking their lives to defend their stronghold. The enemies we are fighting against at this moment have all come to believe that they will all be saved as long as they can hold out for a period of time, Matriarch Cena Gemini explained. If we cannot eliminate all of these pirate warships in time, then our ace mechs and other mechs will need to split their attention, and that will substantially increase our casualties as well as lower our chances of winning this battle. We must be ready to fight against whoever is coming to help the Palace of Shame with all of our ace mechs. This means that we must not only take out all of the alien warships, but also find a way to destroy the Vigant Zesny in the time we have left. Chapter 44, 46 Efficient Charges. The decisions made by the alien pirate groups made a lot more sense after the human coalition discovered that enemy reinforcements were on the way. No one knew who originally created the Palace of Shame, but it had to be a powerful group or faction among the alien community. Vess was thinking back on what the Orvan prisoners had told him when he interrogated them all. Each of them shared numerous pieces of hearsay that suggested that the Palace of Shame had always been supported by hidden backers. He even recalled an instance where one of the alien crew members claimed to have witnessed a clandestine meeting between the Unspoken and an actual phase whale. Though Vess had no idea if the reinforcements comprised of one or more phase whales, he had to admit that it made the most sense out of all of the possibilities. Most of the aliens that previously occupied the territories that encompassed the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone had long packed up their bags and left before the scourge of humanity could arrive. The aliens that couldn't leave had mostly been wiped out or reduced to the point where they no longer posed a significant threat to human pioneers. It was far too improbable that the Orvans, the Nuncers, or the Pulmers had left any powerful warships behind. Only the phase whales remained too elusive for most humans to catch. Their mastery of face water and spatial technology meant that they could easily hide in pocket spaces for long periods of time. Vess wasn't sure whether he should share this possibility to everyone. They might lose a lot of confidence if they learned that a phase whale may be inbound to their location. Then again, he may be wrong. The phase whales weren't too numerous to begin with, and it was rare to encounter any of them throughout the Red Ocean. It may be that the reinforcements might comprise a different alien race that none of the human pioneering groups had ever encountered before. The aliens had buried a lot of secrets in the red ocean over the eons. It would be a mistake for Vess to only take the known alien races and what he knew about the region into account. This was the danger of making assumptions. They could occasionally lead people astray. In any case, as soon as everyone learned that they were pressed for time, they increased their efforts and worked harder to defeat their opposition. The fight had become incredibly hot now that the distances had narrowed. Though the 7 ace mechs of the human coalition were doing a great job at occupying and reducing the number of alien warships, the other mechs were all doing their best to defeat the remaining alien forces. Many different mechs and mech units distinguished themselves today. Commander Town Melon and his fellow soldiers of the Eye of Ilvain played a key role in suppressing the opposing starfighters and wearing down the defenses of the enemy warships. Don't waste your attacks on the cannon fodder. The expert candidate and legion commander instructed his subordinates. The other mech legions that handle the weaker small craft, do your best to limit the movements of the elite starfighters and prevent them from going any further forward. Also make sure to weaken the energy shields of the opposing warships. We do not need to attack them any further once their hulls are exposed. The other mech legions can take care of the rest. The humans involved in this battle gradually figured out that the aliens they were fighting against all liked to depend on transphasic energy shields as their main form of defense. The transphasic segmented energy shields were highly effective at withstanding attacks that weren't transphasic in nature, especially if they were able to spin and rotate like a monocolored disco ball. The amount of face water needed to make an energy shield generator transphasic was much less than cladding an entire warship with transphasic hull plating. The only upside to the defensive habits of the indigenous aliens was that their warships were much easier to damage once they lost their main form of protection. The transcendent Punishers therefore played a key role in wearing down the energy shields of the alien warships. Their volume of fire was far greater than any other standard mech in the Larkinson army. Although the Eye of Ilvain was mostly known for its heavy artillery mechs, the Mech Legion was no longer solely confined to shooting matches. As soon as the alien starfighters started to get close enough, the Transcendent Chargers finally had the chance to fight on their own terms. The Lancer mechs readily discarded their spare Luminar crystal rifles and began to pick up their lances while building up their momentum. Just as with their artillery counterparts, it wasn't worth it for them to target the weaker small craft. Aim for the heavier and slower gunships. They are stronger but much less maneuverable than the other starfighters. The gunships employed by the alien pirate groups varied considerably in design, but the ones that were fighting against the Golden Skull Alliance tended to be two-seaters. 2 different alien pilots were needed to control the various systems of the gunship. Since one of them could fully concentrate on maneuvering and defenses, while the other could concentrate on attacking and auxiliary measures, the performance of the gunships was always good. What was more concerning was that every gunship carried its own energy shield generator, allowing them to withstand a lot of attacks before they finally became vulnerable. It took far too many attacks from ordinary mechs to break open their energy shells. Not even the Transcendent Punishers wanted to target them because of how few gunships they could destroy in the same amount of time they could wipe out a SWAT of smaller starfighters. Come on, we're almost there. Ilvain has shown us the way, so ready your lances and pierce their energy shields. For Ilvain. For the clan. The Transcendent Chargers built up a lot of momentum after a time, but not too much. There was an art and a science to guessing how speed and momentum was required to take down an enemy in a single charge. Many Lancer mech pilots tended to build up more momentum than was necessary to fulfill their goals. This was because they wanted to have a safety margin and still be able to destroy their targets if their estimates were slightly off. This also caused them to waste a considerable amount of time and energy. One of the less obvious ways the Transcendent Chargers was superior to other Lancer mechs was that its Mech pilots always seemed to know exactly how much momentum they needed to build up over their attack run. They knew that spending any further time on speeding up their Lancer Mechs would only give the gunships more time to deal more damage and attract the attention of other Mechs that were less equipped to take them down. This was why the Lancer Mech pilots did not bother to build up any safety margin at all, and directed their transcendent chargers to close in on the alien gunships right away. The alien pirates quickly noticed the threat. It was hard not to miss the intimidating formation of Lancer Mechs that was bearing down on the gunships at greater speeds than any other human Mech. The gunships, along with other friendly alien starfighters, tried their best to shoot down the charging human machines, but the thick, triangular-shaped armor layout of the transcendent chargers easily withstood most of the incoming attacks. Occasionally, the alien starfighters managed to damage a transcendent charger to the point of destroying it, but just before the attacks could finish the job. The Lancer Mechs in question always dropped out of formation and circled around so that they could return to their motherships while remaining intact. It might be a coincidence if this happened once, but after more than 20 Lancer Mechs turned away at just the right time to preserve their remaining integrity, many of the more hot-headed alien species became absolutely frustrated at their inability to kill their targets. While the Eye of Ilvain had been forced to recall a bunch of transcendent chargers this way, the remaining ones were more than enough to finish the job. The crews of the alien gunships had tried their best to stop the charging Mechs from getting close. When they saw that their efforts failed to produce the desired result, they tried their best to block or evade the incoming strikes. None of the targeted gunships succeeded in getting away. The Mech pilots of every transcendent charger knew exactly in which direction they should charge. On top of that, the power of foresight also told the religious Mech pilots where they should point their lances. It turned out that alien energy shield technology could not produce protection that was equally strong in every direction. There were variations that could reinforce the protection in a single direction. There were also other variations where the degree of protection fluctuated on a random basis. The energy shield generators equipped by the gunships were not too high in quality, and their maintenance over the years had been less than ideal. This caused their performance to be rather spotty and less consistent than normal, though the typical alien pirate didn't notice any difference. It was only in this specific situation that their neglect had come to haunt them. As soon as the lances of the transcendent chargers struck their marks, they easily popped the energy barriers. Not only that, the Lancer Mech still had plenty of forward momentum left to continue their charge and impale their weapons deep into the much more vulnerable chassis of the gunships. Every lance that sunk into the gunships just happened to inflict the right kind of internal damage to completely disable the alien small craft. Brilliant, Vess remarked as a part of him had paid attention to one of the few Lancer Mech models of the Larkinson army. The efficiency of my transcendent chargers is far superior to any other Lancer Mech model. It was a pity that the Eye of Ilvain didn't have enough Lancer Mechs to wipe out all of the enemy gunships at once, but the Larkinsons were already happy with this result. The enemy gunship force had lost such a large proportion of its small craft that its weight and significance had crumbled. The remaining gunships could no longer oppress the Mechs of the Larkinson clan as much as before, but that didn't stop the Transcendent Punishers from making a wide circle so that they could pull off another attack run. Many other Larkinson Mechs were also doing their part in reducing the number of enemy starfighters. One of the curious facts about these alien craft was that almost all of them were equipped with ranged weapons. Laser weapons and kinetic weapons were their prevalent means of attack, though there were also starfighter models that employed positron weapons, plasma weapons, gamma laser weapons, and even more exotic attack solutions. The larger and heavier starfighters also carried bombs and missiles that possessed enough punch to destroy a Mech upon direct impact. The explosive ordnance was the biggest threat to the various human Mech forces, But that did not stop the enthusiastic melee mechs from closing in on their alien adversaries. An enormous interspecies exchange took place. Humans began to teach their alien conversation partners about the wonders of mechs. The aliens, for their part, taught the humans that starfighters also possessed a lot of depth. Aside from the transcendent punishers, many other Larkinson melee mechs experienced a lot of trouble in their attempts to defeat their respective opponents. "Stop running, you cowards!" Letter 192, Letter 1D52F, E Letter 1D5F2, Letter 1D66C, Letter 1D486, Letter 1D68B, Letter 1D4C3, O Cyrillic Letter 475, Letter 212F, L, Letter 1D484, Letter 1D45C, Letter FF4D. This was because the starfighters didn't stupidly allow the melee mechs to get within hitting distance. Instead, the fast and maneuverable alien small craft teasingly flew around the melee mechs and made sure to keep their distance from any mech. "Gah, we need to box them in. We can't go on like this." Chapter 47, Loss of Life. The battle between the human coalition and the alien pirate forces of the Palace of Shame had reached its hottest stage. Tens of thousands of mechs collided against an even greater number of alien small craft. 6 different pioneering groups adopted significantly different styles of mechs, but no matter what, none of their mech forces were weak. On the opposite side, strange and exotic-looking combat drones and starfighters danced around mechs as they fought against their opponents with a combination of directed energy weapons, kinetic guns, and explosive ordnance. Since the human coalition deployed their forces to surround the Palace of Shame from 6 directions, the pirate fleet spread out to confront the humans all at once. 6 different fights broke out that were largely isolated from each other. Letter 1D453, Letter 1D52F, Letter 1D626, E Letter 1D638, E Letter 1D623, Letter 1D62F, Letter 1D630, Cyrillic Letter 475, E Letter 1D62D, C Letter 1D4F6. The division among the alien races and their respective factions dissuaded them from lending a hand to each other, but the humans weren't as limited. Though it was a bit too difficult for ordinary mechs to exert any influence at longer ranges. The ranged ace mechs such as the Mars and the Thunderer Mark Roman II increasingly directed their firepower in the distance to suppress the alien warships that threatened the mech forces of the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Boujay family. Slowly, an alarming piece of news filtered through. "Reinforcements are coming." "What reinforcements?" "I don't know, but whatever is coming is definitely bad news for us. We can't adopt the slow and steady approach anymore. We need to pick up the pace and wipe out as many alien craft as possible if we don't want to get outnumbered and outgunned by an even greater margin." While the human pioneering groups still retained a lot of selfishness, they no longer kept as much of the good stuff to themselves. Their leaders were all sober enough to know that they needed everyone's help to survive and make it through this battle without getting ruined. As Vess and his family continued to observe the ongoing battle, the children started to become more and more afraid at what they were seeing. When Marvane saw that an alien frigate managed to pulverize several night warriors hailing from the avatars of myth, it increasingly dawned upon him that he was not just witnessing the destruction of machines that could be rebuilt. He was also witnessing the loss of human life. Though he was still just a couple of years old, now that his companion's spirit Denny activated his latent talent towards life, Marvane was able to perceive the reality around him from a different perspective than before. Everything around the young boy had a touch of life. This was especially the case within the confines of the Larkinson clan, where his father's influence was the strongest. Whenever the protections in front of him showed one of the familiar mechs of the Larkinson clan getting destroyed without giving their mech pilots a chance to eject, Marvane experienced a much greater sense of loss. Tears began to well in his eyes as he vaguely sensed the brave Larkinson soldiers that were passing away with each passing second. Though the Larkinson Mech legions all managed to gain the upper hand against their direct adversaries, that did not mean that losses were minimal. In fact, after General Verl instructed his troops to fight harder in order to wipe out their enemies faster, the Larkinson Mech started to take more risks. Though the faster pace took a greater toll on the Mech legions, the Larkinson Mech pilots did not flinch in the slightest. They performed their duty without hesitation and fought as bravely as possible. Each of them were aware that many other lives were at stake. With the main fleet of the Larkinson clan not too far behind, the soldiers all bore an inescapable responsibility to fight at their best and defeat as many enemies as possible. Marvain's newly developed sensitivity picked up on these sentiments as well, but always felt a sense of loss whenever any of these brave and noble Mech pilots lost their lives in an instant. At one point, the loss of life and the increasing amount of deaths became too much to the child. He burst into tears as his innocent mind couldn't take it any longer. "Where's Mama? Meow. Meow. Marvain." Gloriana immediately became alarmed. She unstrapped herself from her seat in an instant and moved over to pick up her suited child so that she could lift him in her arms. There, honey. Mama is here. What is wrong, Marvain? Has the battle become too much for you? I can bring you back to your room if you like." It took a minute for Marvain to regain a semblance of his composure again. Tears still leaked from his eyes as a strong sense of sadness and loss emanated from his spirit. His suited arm pointed at one of the projections, showing a particularly violent clash between human and alien forces. "Those uncles and aunts, they are no longer alive, right?" "That is a bit complicated, my dear." "I can feel it, Mama. They are gone. They are all gone." Vess frowned when he heard that. He focused on his son and peered a little deeper. His eyes widened a bit when he finally noticed why his son exhibited such a strong reaction. "Gloriana, bring him over to me. I know what's wrong with him. He has just inherited my talent, but the knowledge that his new abilities have given him is too much for a boy of his age." His wife snarled at him. "I am not letting go of my son. He needs a mother's touch." "You are not equipped to handle this problem." "I'm a mother. It is my job to care for my children." "I'm his father. My rights and responsibilities are the same as yours." Marvain began to grow confused, though he still clung to his mother for comfort. Gloriana eventually sat down on her seat and continued to rock her youngest child as if he was a baby. That did not stop Vess from speaking to his son, however. "Marvain, can you bring out Denny for a moment? I would like to confirm my guess." The boy had calmed down enough to respond to his request. A blonde Maine Coon kitten emerged from his head. Though fluffy and adorable companion Spirit's mood was just as glum as Marvain himself, that did not affect the pure and warm concentrations of life that had welled up in his spiritual feline body. Mew. When Vess focused closer, he noticed that Denny's heart and front paws had turned into two different fonts of life. According to what he recalled about the companion spirit seed that he had implanted into Marvain's spirituality several years ago, the heart encompassed the creation side of life, while the paws embodied the youthful and innocent side of life. Activating one of these spiritual attributes was already a fantastic development, but for two of them to awaken at the same time was an interesting surprise. Since Denny was technically another side of Marvain, this early development meant that the boy effectively obtained a powerful talent and predisposition towards life. Emro. Blinky appeared from Vess' head and flew straight to his spiritual son. Once the purple star cat came close, he gently lifted Denny up and dragged him back to where Vess was seated. Emro, Emro, Emro. Mew, Mew, Tilda. "It's okay, Denny," Vess softly whispered as Blinky continued to cuddle and provide warmth to Denny. Every clansman was obliged to wear protective equipment. Since Vess was wearing his unending regalia for the duration of this battle, his entire form aside from his head was encased in metal. One of the reasons why Gloriana insisted on keeping Marvain was because she wore a more flexible and form-fitting hazard suit. Perhaps she was truly right to do so, as her adorable son was already feeling warm and safe in his mother's embrace. Though Vess was happy that Marvane was no longer in tears, he did not want to keep his son and possible heir in ignorance. Designer babies with activated spiritualities were far smarter than other children at their ages, so Vess did not think it was too early to give Marvane a lesson. It was better for Vess to shape his boy's views and ideology early than let Marvane develop any crooked ideas on his own. "Denny. Mew. Can you sense this?" Vess asked as he lifted up a hand while channeling his own spiritual energy. "Mew. That's right, this is life energy. It is an amazing power that only a few people possess. Your grandmother and I both have it, and now you have inherited this energy from us both. Doesn't that sound great? You have inherited our family business." "Mew, mew." Denny's tail swished as he became excited at this news. "Now that you have gained this power, you will need to learn how to harness it. Not everything is great about your newfound sensitivity towards life. Can you sense all of the fighting that is taking place out in space?" The spiritual kitten nodded. "What you are sensing is not a fantasy. It is reality. Life can be beautiful, but it is also fragile. Can you sense the aliens that our soldiers are fighting against? Can you sense their hatred towards humans such as ourselves?" "Mew." The aliens are alive as well, but that does not mean they are worth keeping around. They are dangerous. They pose a threat to us and every human in the Red Ocean. In order to prevent them from doing too much damage, our forces are stepping up to eliminate them. The aliens are like weeds in a garden. If they keep growing in an uncontrolled manner, they will slowly choke out the pretty flowers and plants that should have been growing in the garden. While our Mech pilots are all performing an essential purpose, not all of them will make it back alive. There is nothing we can do about it. Death is common in every battle. "Mew, mew, mew." Vess gave Denny a meaningful smile. "I am doing something about it. Mech designers like myself have already done what they could to help our Mech pilots win the battle while staying alive. Don't you see all of those warm and fuzzy Mechs out there? I've designed each of them to give our fellow family greater advantages in battle. This is what your father and mother have always done." "Mew. What I can do, you can do as well, Marvane," Vess affectionately said to Denny as he deliberately aroused his life energy. "You've inherited my talent, my son. As long as you have grown older and made up your mind to inherit my craft, I will teach you how to design Mechs like me. At first, I hope you can learn all of my most important techniques and quickly get up to speed on how to design living Mechs." "Mew. No, I don't want you to become exactly like me when you grow up." Vess shook his head. "Mech designers can never become good if they keep copying other people's works. They need to go out of their way and create their own inventions, and you are no exception. Once you have developed a solid foundation, I hope that you can go your own way and realize your own vision of Mechs. If you don't want our clansmen to lose their lives like what is happening on the battlefield, then you must put in the work and come up with brilliant new ideas that can help the people you care about. That is what Mech designers do. We work to equip our soldiers with the best possible Mechs so that they can win a battle before it has even started." "Mew." Denny looked incredibly thoughtful as he, and by extension, Marvane gained a lot of food for thought. It didn't matter to Vess if his son couldn't completely follow his arguments. There was plenty of time in the future for Vess to reinforce the points he made. Chapter 44, 48 Golden Counterattack. Though Vess became distracted by Marvane's distress, the battle outside continued to rage without any interruption. Mech pilots continued to die at a steady rate. Although there were still plenty of Mech pilots who were fast enough to eject their cockpits before their Mechs got completely destroyed, there were instances where they couldn't react fast enough. Many Mech pilots initially became shocked when the missiles carried by some of the starfighters homed right in on their machines and struck with great might. The missiles that most humans were accustomed to dealing with were generally powerful, but not to the point of being able to fell a well-armored Mech in a single strike. The explosive ordnance utilized by the aliens were different. Careful, most of the missiles and bombs carried by the aliens' small craft contain warheads that are laced with a small amount of face water. At least a part of the damage is able to pass through the armor plating of your mechs and damage their internals. What is worse is that the transphasic explosions can also pass into your cockpits and affect your bodies. Where do these aliens get all of their face water? Have you forgotten that the indigenous aliens ruled over the Red Ocean for ages? It is no surprise that they managed to hoard enough face water to spend some of them on producing stronger consumables. Most of these missiles don't have the power to inflict significant damage on a starship, but they are more than potent enough to destroy our mechs. They were originally designed to take down shielded starfighters, but their effectiveness against mechs is even better because none of them have transphasic defenses. This caused everyone to revise the threat level of the enemy starfighters. Though the aliens thankfully couldn't carry too many powerful transphasic missiles at once, the human mech pilots constantly had to remain on guard in case death was homing in on their machines. That caused a lot more mech pilots to take the missiles seriously. They worked harder to intercept them before they could reach their targets. Aside from missiles, there was an even greater threat that mech pilots had to take into account. As the alien warships moved closer, their formidable array of gun batteries were beginning to down more and more human mechs. In most cases, even the smallest frigates and destroyers had the potential to wipe out entire mech companies at once. Their armaments were larger to the point where the primary guns could instantly vaporize or blow apart one or several mechs upon a direct hit. This was a threat that few mechs could defend against. Aside from trying to track the orientation of every gun battery on every warship within engagement range, it was too difficult for the mech pilots to predict whether they would lose their lives without any chance of evading the attack or ejecting their cockpits ahead of time. We can't allow their warships to keep mowing down our mechs like this. Their firepower is too irresistible, and their gun batteries never seem to tire out. Forget about the alien starfighters. They're not that big of a threat once they have exhausted their missiles. It is their warships that we should truly be worrying about. Many mech forces slowly made the same conclusion and directed more mech forces to attack the warships. While their high-ranking mechs were already busy with taking down the larger and more formidable cruisers, there were many frigates and destroyers left that also needed to be taken care of before they could deal any further damage. Though the mech forces all moved to adjust their strategies and movements, the aliens responded by making their combat drones and starfighters stick even harder to the human mechs. The first priority of the alien small craft had always been to screen and protect their warships against threats, especially other small craft. Though the mechs employed by the human invaders were much different from the starfighters the aliens were accustomed to fighting against, many of them quickly learned how they should best fight against these large humanoid machines. After several exchanges, the aliens quickly found out that their starfighters generally possessed an advantage in mobility. The nature of their designs meant that their thrusters and other mobility systems were proportionately larger and stronger. This design trait allowed them to accelerate considerably more than a mech of equivalent size or mass. The aliens therefore moved away from starting dogfights to running more coordinated attack runs. Similar to Lancer mechs, the starfighters circled around and charged towards a specific mech unit while firing all of their forward-facing guns for a time. Before the alien craft got too close and put them at risk of getting intercepted by melee mechs, the starfighters quickly changed course and flew away before they could get caught. At least the mechs that were specialized in ranged combat could still shoot them down from time to time, though it was a bit harder for them to hit their targets due to the superior mobility of alien starfighters. The melee mechs had it worse because they rarely had the opportunity to catch up to any of the elusive starfighters. Some of the faster ones still managed to catch up to the alien craft. If they coordinated with many other Mechs to circle around and box in the starfighters with great effort, they could easily gain an opportunity to chop the enemy's small craft while suffering minimal losses in return. It took too much time and effort to set up these ambushes, and the aliens piloting the starfighters possessed strong survival instincts. Many melee Mechs only spent a fraction of their deployment time swinging their weapons. The vast majority of their time was spent on flying from one coordinate to another coordinate in space. Forget about the starfighters, Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens growled to her fellow sisters. I've just consulted with General Verl. He has given us permission to storm their smaller warships. Isn't that dangerous, ma'am? We'll be flying right into their gun batteries. Those frigates and destroyers are already taking out enough of our Mechs as it is. Our expert Mechs can easily take care of them, but they don't have the time to complete their jobs as quickly as we want. It falls up to us and our other comrades to extinguish them from the battle. It will take too long to break through their energy shields, ma'am. The longer we are stalled outside their protective envelopes, the longer their gun batteries can tear our machines to shreds. We know. That is why General Verl has given us all permission to employ our battle formations. The Sword Maiden Mech pilots all grew thrilled when they heard this news. Truly, Commander, weren't we supposed to save it until the end, or if a powerful new enemy emerged? Commander Sendra's expression grew tense. Plans can change. Besides, we don't need to do our best to save our best for last anymore. Even if we get exhausted at the end, there are still many other Mechs and Mech pilots that can finish the job while we make a temporary retreat. The Seven Saints should be strong enough to handle the enemy reinforcements, provided that they are not bogged down by too many existing opponents. Our job is to unburden the Saints and enable them to fight as freely as possible. Her words infused a strong sense of purpose and mission into her subordinates. The Sword Maiden Mech pilots could play a key role in shifting this large and messy battle into their favor. The Sword Maidens hadn't been the only Mech Legion that had been tasked with assaulting the alien warships. The Penitent Sisters, along with the Glory Seekers, also sent forth as many Valkyrie Mechs as they could spare. Let's hope these aliens haven't heard about our party trick. The effectiveness of battle formations largely depended on whether their opponents were familiar with the Larkinson clan. So far, this didn't appear to be the case. Larkinsons had already observed that many aliens had been taken aback by glows. If this was the case, then there was a high likelihood that the 1,854,210 pirate group, along with other pirate outfits, had no idea what was coming. Many Mech pilots started to grin once they thought about this possibility. Don't fly in such an obvious formation. Spread out and make it seem as if we are trying to launch a regular attack. As thousands of predominantly melee Mechs pulled away and proceeded to approach the alien warships from several different angles, the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance tried their best to facilitate this stratagem. The transcendent Punisher Mark Roman II of the Eye of Ilvain had been pounding and softening up the alien pirate fleet for a while now. Their constant bombardment not only wore down the energy shields of the enemy vessels, but also produced an even more useful effect. Whenever an alien warship lost or was on the verge of losing their energy shield coverage, they quickly flew behind another nearby friendly ship to give them the opportunity to recover their defenses. This was why the Transcendent Punishers had largely been unable to down too many warships as of yet. The aliens were using the same tactics that the Larkinsons often liked to use when their own carriers were under threat. While the alien pirates were doing a good job at preserving all of their warships, their maneuvering gradually caused the enemy fleet to compact over time. The distance between the pirate vessels steadily reduced as they all tried their best to support each other. To the approaching Mech pilots, the alien armada turned into an incredibly attractive target. Get ready to join up with our expert pilots. As the Mechs gradually formed up into several cohesive formations, Venerable Joshua, Venerable Desi, and the Handmaidens of Deaths ceased their attempts to attack the warships. The Evertshanger, the First Sword, the Valkyrie Krista, and the Valkyrie Ursa all led their respective battle formations. The power of death increasingly loomed over this section of the battlefield. The more sensitive aliens may have already sensed that something was wrong, but without knowing anything about the Golden Skull Alliance, they could not imagine that the specter of death that was staring at their souls was much more real than they could have ever imagined. Though the formidable guns of the warships began to tear into the 4 approaching Mech formations, this wasn't enough to stop the charge from taking place. Even as hundreds of Mechs began to fall out of formation, the remainder steadily maintained their places until the aliens encountered a series of phenomena that caused them to question reality. First, a giant sword manifestation appeared over the Sword Maiden battle formation. With Venerable Deci and her companion Spirit doing her best to concentrate and leverage all of the added power granted by her fellow sisters, she unleashed all of the might at her disposal into the center of the enemy pirate flotilla. Sword of Lydia. The giant greatsword thrust straight into several destroyers in a row. Venerable Deci had deliberately angled the giant sword so that it could strike as many warships as possible, and her efforts partially paid off as the gigantic sword impaled 5 destroyers in an instant while inflicting heavy damage on a 6th vessel. Though the pirates still retained a lot of warships, they had become so shocked that they were ill-equipped to defend against what happened next. As the Valkyrie Mechs of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers unleashed Helena's might, 3 different death energy waves flew into the pirate formation from different angles. Many aliens screamed as they instinctively felt they were about to meet their doom, only for their bodies to collapse at their stations as their spirits had disappeared. The alien warships had no means to defend against an attack that could not be blocked by either energy shields or material obstacles. The death energy waves launched by the battle formations, led by the Handmaidens of Death, raked through the middle of the alien warship formation, reaping an untold amount of lives before losing cohesion. The death energy wave, launched by the Penitent Sisters, followed a more complicated trajectory as Venerable Joshua was able to exert greater control over it with the help of his special domain. Instead of following a straight line, the latter death energy wave circled around the periphery of the alien warship formation. This allowed it to sweep through many alien warships that had managed to escape the earlier attacks launched by the Glory Seekers. In the end, the 4 battle formations managed to neutralize over 30 frigates and destroyers in an instant. Not only that, but the remaining alien pirates that had managed to escape this powerful blow were all intimidated by what just happened. The attacks launched by the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers went far beyond what should be possible. The sight of Helena alone still haunted many alien crew members, causing them to perform noticeably worse than before. The aliens have been taken aback. We must press our advantage and strike while the iron is hot. Don't let the remaining ones find their footing again. Chapter 44, 49 Frustrating Enemies. The unleashing of the battle formations instantly changed the game. The impact on the aliens was enormous. They had never experienced anything comparable to what just happened. The brief appearance of Helena along with all of the other strangeness even caused the more superstitious ones to believe that the Golden Skull Alliance had gods on its side. The reaction from the other pioneering groups was also noteworthy. Unlike the alien pirates of the Palace of Shame, who only appeared to collect general information about the human invaders, the Gemini family and the other pioneers already knew what would happen in advance. They did not react too strongly in the past when they saw the battle formations do their work in a prior battle that none of them cared about. It was different now that they were not only close enough to sense a hint of Helena's majesty, but also saw the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers make short work of over half of the warships in their way. Among the temporary battle comrades of the Golden Skull Alliance, none of them understood the truth of what just happened better than their ace pilots. even if none of them possessed Vest's deep understanding and perception of spirituality. They had all evolved into partial energy life forms at their current stage. Combined with their incredibly strong force of will and their unreasonably strong combat intuition, they could easily notice details and make inferences that were beyond the reach of ordinary people. St. Gelmer Osenring, who piloted the Thunderer Mark Roman II, possessed the clearest overview of the battlefield. His expression grew grave as he understood the trump cards of the Golden Skull Alliance to a greater extent. They are borrowing power from another source. What they have managed to develop for themselves is far beyond the power that they should ordinarily possess. The first question on his mind was not how the Santana group should take precautions to defend against this kind of attack, but how the major financial group could buy this extraordinary method to empower its own Mech forces. Everything can be bought as long as the price is right. If the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet was able to master this method, then few other pioneering fleets of the same size would be able to compete anymore. Similar thoughts also swirled in the minds of the other ace pilots. They did not see the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers resorting to an inexplicable ritual to wield magical power. They instead saw how the Mech pilots in questions employed a systematic method to evoke or boost the strength of a powerful entity. The battle formations of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers did not interest them all that much. It was a bit more convoluted, because it largely depended on borrowing Helena's vast spiritual energies to power the death energy waves. What the ace Mechs were truly interested in was the first battle formation to strike the alien warships. The Sword Maidens employed a more down-to-earth method of channeling power, where many Mech pilots amplified the power of an expert pilot. Letter 192, letter 1D69B, letter 1D65A, letter 1D68T, letter 1D464, letter 1D626, letter 1D68B, letter 1D663, O letter 1D69F, ELC letter 1D428, letter 1D696. This was much more to the tastes of the various pioneering groups. After all, none of them wanted to rely on a foreign power to lend them help in their time of need. It was much better to rely on known quantities that were right in their midst. "We need to have a good talk with the Larkinson clan," St. Sandro Gemini said to his sister and wife. "Think of how much less we have to fear from rivals who would love nothing more than to eliminate our way of life." St. Kaya Gemini pressed her lips. "Let us address our immediate priorities first. There are still too many enemy warships left in the fray." The battle did not instantly turn into a victory just because the Golden Skull Alliance pulled off a big move. It only affected a sixth of the battlefield at best. The 5 other pioneering fleets still had to work their way through their own share of alien warships. What was worse was that the Mech pilots who had all contributed to the battle formation attacks had lost a large amount of mental energy. They had become so exhausted that it was not safe or prudent for them to participate any further. They all received orders to turn their Mechs around and return to their motherships so that they could enjoy a well-deserved rest. In the meantime, the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers had already tapped their reserve pools and mustered up enough replacement Mech pilots to put the intact machines to good use again. It still took a lot of time for the rotation to take place. Until then, the Golden Skull Alliance had to make do with several thousands less Mechs on the battlefield than usual. Fortunately, their alien opponents were no longer fighting as exuberantly than before. They had no way of knowing whether the humans could repeat this trick. The fear of the unknown, along with the trauma of witnessing so many of their alien comrades dying without any resistance, caused the survivors to fight up to half as effectively as before. Although the more seasoned and determined leaders of the 1,854,210 pirate fleet tried their best to rally their troops, the speed in which the alien pirates recovered heavily depended on their racial traits, as well as their training and other factors. Since many of the aliens fighting against the Golden Skull Alliance were outlaws and deviants by nature, their ability to recover and strengthen their resolve was not that great. However, they discovered something crucial about the warships that had all lost their crews. Most of them were still running at reduced capacity. A few of the more automated ones were still firing their guns at any enemies that their systems could identify. It turned out that the death energy attacks only killed off the crews, but left everything else intact. Soon enough, the 1,854,210 pirate fleet, along with the other pirate outfits, quickly organized crew transfers, where their spare officers and spacers quickly relocated to the emptied warships so that they could quickly man the most essential stations again. The Larkinsons did not fail to miss what was happening. Stop them from transferring their personnel. Once the crewless warships are crewed again, they will become just as threatening as before. The Golden Skull Alliance quickly moved additional melee, Mechs forth to interfere with the crew transfers. As long as they destroyed every shuttle that entered into open space, they could keep the 25 partially inert frigates and destroyers from regaining much of their combat power. Lainey Larkinson was among the many avatars of myth that received this new assignment. Her lucid rage was a strong combatant against other melee mechs, but the aliens that she fought against didn't play by the same rules. Just like many other melee mech pilots, she had long grown frustrated at chasing after the fast and elusive starfighters. "These aliens are no fun," the young mech pilot muttered. It was hardly a challenge for her lucid rage to intercept the alien shuttles and crush them, and their vulnerable passengers into much, by striking them with a giant tonfa. Whenever there weren't any shuttles in her zone, the Mech champion directed her lucid rage to a nearby alien warship so that it could hit the segmented energy shields as if it was a drummer. Though Lainey did feel a greater purpose in fighting against the alien races that were fundamentally opposed to the advancement of the human race, she truly didn't enjoy what she was doing at the moment. Aside from having to dodge the occasional warship gun battery strikes, there was no significant challenge to fighting against her current opponents. At least she was able to exercise her combat skills and learn from her mistakes when she fought against the mechs of the sundered phalanx. A part of her felt guilty for preferring to fight against other human forces. She knew she should take more satisfaction in participating in the noble war against the indigenous alien races that were giving the pioneers a hard time, but all she felt was frustration. Maybe I should start piloting a ranged mech instead, she contemplated. She could foresee that the Larkinson clan would be fighting against plenty of alien forces in the future. If she started to pilot a ranged mech, then she would be able to stay useful regardless whether the Larkinson clan was fighting against humans or aliens. It would be a waste for me to give up on polishing my melee skills after investing so much into them. Besides, I can make much more use out of them if I manage to break through. Examples such as Venerable Deci and St. Jeremiah Gage showed that even pure melee mech specialists gained a lot of versatility once they became strong enough. Though Lainey dreamed of reaching their level of strength one day, she did not think she would be able to get there soon enough if she fought more battles like this. Were the aliens truly unable to give her a serious challenge? Watch out! Hundreds of elite starfighters have returned to reinforce their fleet. Some of them are better than others, so be careful not to underestimate them. Good luck. Lainey observed as several formations of larger and more powerful starfighters closed in. Their pilots had all been tasked with stopping the humans from destroying the shuttles in transit. Distant attack from the Eye of Ilvain and other friendly mech units struck many of the elite starfighters, only for most of the alien craft to come out unscathed. Every elite starfighter enjoyed the protection of a transphasic shield generator that was remarkably effective at blocking attacks from conventional weapons. Not even the firepower of a transcendent Punisher Mark Roman II was enough to deplete the shields of such a powerful craft. Lainey narrowed her eyes as she recognized that she and her fellow compatriots were about to face the best of what the aliens had brought. Soon enough, the elite starfighters came close enough to strafe dozens of mechs with accurate shots. Several concentrations of laser beams and kinetic projectiles hammered at the frames of the human mechs in quick succession. Though there were night warriors and other defensive mechs that attempted to block the attacks, their measures were only partially effective, as many elite starfighters could still bring their weapons to bear against lighter and more vulnerable mechs. Many mech pilots that could not find any shelter had no choice but to eject. Lainey grimaced as she saw so many living mechs die, while their pilots hoped that their cockpits would not get shot down by a starfighter or a warship gun battery. Block their paths. The avatars weren't standing still, though. They had already spread out their mechs in an attempt to catch or corner the elite starfighters, but the alien craft had already pulled upwards and turned away before they could get any closer. Arg, we can't catch up to these buggers. Then don't. Return to your current duties and do your best to prevent the aliens from recrewing their emptied warships. What about the elite starfighters? We won't last if they keep launching repeated attack runs at our mechs. The clan already has that covered. Don't worry. Those elite starfighters won't be able to remain cocky for much longer. Those words quickly came true before the elite starfighters turned around to strafe the avatar mechs yet again. Before they could eliminate another batch of mechs, several squads of mechs moved to intercept the starfighters from several directions. Though the elite alien pilots quickly aborted their attack run and attempted to escape the closing mechs, they found to their horror that their powerful craft no longer possessed a speed advantage anymore. It turned out that the light mechs of the flagrant vandals were on their tail. Ha, not so fast anymore, right? Not all of our mechs are slowpokes. Chapter 44, 50 Superior Tech and Methods. The starfighters utilized by the different alien pirate forces had a long history of development. Even though the Red Ocean was home to countless alien races, many of which had risen and fallen over many eras, many of the more technology-oriented ones often came to adopt at least some variation of starfighters and warships. Just like how humanity stole much of the technological accumulation of the alien races it came into contact with, many of the indigenous civilizations of the Red Ocean had done the same with their own neighbors. This caused the level of starfighters in the Red Ocean to always grow and advance over time. There were periods of time where the development of starfighters bloomed due to their affordability and cost-effective performance against warships. Though the progression of technology in the Red Ocean had eventually swung the pendulum back on the side of warships and other large craft, that did not mean that all of the research and development poured into starfighters had become obsolete. Humanity managed to turn mechs from a relatively weak, clumsy, and impractical machine into a strong, fluid, and endlessly versatile combat platform. In the same way, the evolving galactic society of the Red Ocean had lifted the level of their starfighters to a height that surpassed humanity's own development of small craft before the age of mechs. Vess began to respect starfighters more and more as the battle raged on. The different varieties of starfighters, some of which did not perform that much worse than mechs at the same cost. However, there was a reason why most of humanity completely switched over to using mech after the arrival of the age of mechs. Despite all of the complications associated with mechs, such as the need for a pilot that possessed the right genetic aptitude to interface with them, the results were more than worth the additional burdens. As the flagrant vandal, mechs easily matched the pace of the faster enemy starfighters. The latter could no longer take unscrupulous advantage of their greater mobility. Even if the ferocious Piranha Mark Roman III and Stingripper Mark Roman II were not as heavily armed and armored as their larger counterparts, they still possessed enough power to contend against most elite starfighters. As soon as a squad of ferocious Piranha Mark Roman III cleverly flanked a wing of elite starfighters from two directions, many of the alien pilots who ordinarily exhibited great skill and consciousness in battle abruptly screamed and lost control over their craft. The alien pilots who had the right to pilot the most expensive and powerful shielded starfighters were truly strong in their own field. They understood their craft well, and they had polished their combat skills over many years. Years of engaging in piracy and participating in scuffles against other pirate forces had increased their ability to cope with pressure. However, none of their prior experiences could ever have prepared them to fight against the living Mechs of the Larkinson clan. The infamous ferocious piranha line that had already turned into a bestseller of the LMC possessed a feature that confounded many enemies, especially when they had no idea what they were facing in advance. The dual alternating suppressive glows of both Lufa and Zygra graced the minds of the different alien pirates for the first time. Several varieties of alien screams and other signals of distress filled the cockpits of the affected starfighters. Their proud transphasic energy shields, which could block nearly any kind of physical or energy attack, had no means to repel the glows of living Mechs in the slightest. The twin glows of the ferocious piranhas encountered no blockades and subjected the unshielded minds of sentient alien pilots with the abnormal calm of Lufa, before switching to the searing hot rage of Zygra and back again. The various wings of starfighters fell apart as the uncontrolled craft wandered off in different directions. The lack of coordination and control made them easy pickings for the same light Mechs that caused their pilots to become incapacitated in the first place. Though the transphasic energy shields were difficult to break for the dagger-wielding ferocious piranhas, as long as the alien starfighter pilots remained affected by the same glows, their craft turned into sitting ducks that could hardly fight back. Soon enough, the ferocious piranhas managed to strike the energy shields enough times to exhaust them. Nothing could stop the light Mechs from closing in and tearing into the exposed starfighters with ease. No matter what alloys the starfighters were made out of, their resilience was significantly worse than the energy shields they used to possess. Over 100 elite starfighters and their pilots perished in quick succession. The other elite starfighters did not have it easy either. Those that had managed to avoid getting targeted by the ferocious piranhas began to tussle with the other signature combat Mech of the flagrant vandals. The Stingripper Mark Roman II were even faster and lighter than the ferocious piranhas, and were armed with luminar crystal submachine guns. Normally, these small and light energy weapons shouldn't have been strong enough to pose a major threat against the elite starfighters. After all, their energy shields were all transphasic in nature, which meant their ability to resist attacks that weren't empowered by face water was several times greater. However, the pilots of the Stingrippers had a lot of confidence in their weapons. Switch to disruptor beams and focus on wearing down their energy shields. Let us teach these aliens that their much-vaunted defenses are nothing in the face of our tech. The submachine guns wielded by the Stingrippers could only accommodate 3 attack phase crystals, as opposed to the 6 that were customary to more full-sized rifles. Still, 3 crystals offered the light harasser Mechs with plenty of choice. The disruptor beam attack phase crystal always worked well against energy-based defenses. Though the elite starfighters held out a lot longer due to their incorporation of indigenous facewater technology, the constant rain of disruptor beams steadily took their toll on the transphasic energy shields. "They've grown angry at us. Don't get hit." The alien pilots had grown extremely angry towards the flagrant vandals. The ones that still maintained their wits had turned their starfighters around and tried to run down the fragile-looking light Mechs that had constantly been pelting them with strange but effective disruptor beams. However, much of their shots that should have struck the Stingrippers instead went wide. The Stingrippers were highly mobile, and their Mech pilots were highly trained and experienced. It was relatively easy for them to evade the relatively straightforward and predictable attacks of the enemy starfighters. That wasn't all. Another nefarious influence quietly caused the alien starfighter pilots to misjudge their aim. What they didn't realize was that the Stingrippers were unconsciously messing with their perception with the help of a glow derived from Kahlo. The Chameleonic spiritual product was probably one of the least well-known design spirits of the Larkinson clan, But that did not mean he was weak. Through his subtle and invisible interference, alien pilot after alien pilot began to question their own skills as their hit rate plummeted to an enormous degree. There were even pilots who never managed to hit any Mech with the guns of their starfighters. No matter whether the fast and resilient starfighters were ambushed by the ferocious piranhas or whittled down over time by the stinggrippers, the flagrant vandals undoubtedly stood out in the fight against alien starfighters. Their ability to catch up to enemy starfighters and affect their pilots with their glows was nearly unsolvable to many of the alien pilots who previously relied on their combination of advantages to torment the human Mech forces. Though there were certain alien races and individuals who were able to resist the suppressive glows of the flagrant vandals, they were way too few in number and soon fell in battle after getting surrounded by light Mechs. The Mech pilots of the flagrant vandals had no scruples about ganging up on their opponents. Now that the most troublesome starfighters are out of the way, we can fight against their cannon fodder without as much interference as before. Only a small proportion of the alien starfighters were equipped with expensive transphasic energy shields. The vast majority of small craft were slower, cheaper, and clearly not as well controlled. The barrier to entry to become a starfighter pilot was relatively low. There were no annoying prerequisites like genetic aptitude. Starfighters were also much simpler craft than Mechs due to the lack of operations. Since it was relatively cheap and easy to raise a starfighter regiment, many alien pirate forces had done so, but never put too much emphasis on them. Starfighters were just too fragile, and many of them always ended up destroyed after a serious battle. Though the Palace of Shame turned out to host a much greater number of starfighter hangars than the humans expected, quantity alone was not enough for the aliens to overwhelm the opposing Mechs. Numerous Mech legions presented their own ways of resisting the attacks from the swarms of alien small craft. For example, the living sentinels under the leadership of Commander Kaesela, Ingvar performed exceptionally well during this heated phase. The rigid walls served their purpose as space knights and resolutely blocked many of the incoming strikes with their tower shields. That did not mean they were useless, though. The living sentinels had already practiced an alternate tactic where the spearmen Mech set aside their characteristic polearms in favor of wielding the spare luminar crystal rifles that the Larkinson army had on hand. During an earlier phase of the battle, many melee Mechs had temporarily switched to luminar crystal rifles in order to put pressure on the Palace of Shame. Now that the alien forces had finally come close, those melee Mechs put away the rifles and took up their trusty melee weapons again. This was not quite possible with the living sentinels, because the Mech Legion's biggest shortcoming was mobility. As a more static and defense-oriented Mech Legion, the living sentinels did not have the mobility to restrain the enemy starfighters in any way. This was why the rigid spines were instead using their borrowed rifles to fire at the enemy small craft. The rigid walls had also followed suit. It was pointless for them to hold swords at this time, so they held a rifle with one of their arms and fired at the small craft with abandon. Normally, the accuracy of the rigid spines and the rigid walls should have been terrible. Neither of their models had been optimized for ranged combat. What was worse was that their pilots were all melee specialists who had never put a lot of time in improving their marksmanship. However, as the living sentinel Mechs continued to fire their luminar crystal rifles at all of the alien starfighters, they not only attained ludicrously high hit rates, but also inflicted considerably more damage to the enemy small craft per shot. This was because Commander Kaesela Ingvar had commandeered all of her living sentinel Mechs within her range. As her true resonance spread across all of the Mechs and Mech pilots freely opened themselves up to her influence, she split her focus and guided each and every commandeered unit as best she could. After several years of training and exploration, her signature resonance ability was considerably more effective than before. Over 1,000 melee Mechs, that should have ordinarily performed the worst in ranged combat suddenly outperformed almost every other ranged mech aside from the transcendent punishers of the Eye of Ilvain. Tens of thousands of alien small craft had already fallen before the abnormally effective rifles of the living sentinels. Their unceasing efforts ensured that no starfighter was able to sneak past the defensive lines that they had set. None of the alien starfighters were allowed to threaten the expeditionary fleet. Attack the enemy fleet. Commander Kaesela Ingvar urged the other Legion commanders as she endured the strain of commandeering so many mech units. We can't get bogged down here. We need to look beyond our own fight and link up with the other pioneering forces. Commander Kaesela is right, General Verl said over the command channel. Over half of the enemy's small craft have already fallen, so we are no longer under as much pressure as before. It is time to finish off the remaining warships. Chapter 44, 51 Expert Mech Vitikas Warship. The Golden Skull Alliance increasingly managed to get a grip on the alien small craft. Though the enemy combat drones and starfighters doggedly threw themselves at the mechs in front of them with hardly any regard for self-preservation, the powerful mechs easily held the line. Even if it was a bit difficult for many mechs to take down the faster and more mobile starfighters, there were always other mechs that would complete the job sooner or later. Between all of the differences between human mechs and alien starfighters, the former possessed too many advantages over the latter. However, the real clash between the human coalition and the alien pirate groups had never truly centered around their smallest and weaker combat units. The regular mech forces of the Golden Skull Alliance lacked the firepower to effectively breach the defenses of the alien warships. As for the aliens, their starfighters might have a decent chance of shooting down ordinary mechs, but as soon as they fought against anything stronger, they instantly faced defeat. From the beginning of the battle, the expert mechs and ace mechs showed why they both deserved to be treated as threats that were just as powerful, if not more so, than warships. The Dark Zephyr was like a shark that had just entered a pool occupied by little fishes. The expert light skirmisher might not be any bigger than a typical mech, but its fantastic speed along with its potent melee attacks left no recourse for any small craft in its sights. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson grinned as he precisely controlled his fast and powerful expert mech to chop up one starfighter after another. The elite starfighters with their transphasic energy shields were almost just as vulnerable. At most, the protective barriers forced the Dark Zephyr to waste a little more time and launch an extra attack to finish the job. Tusa, General Verl barked over a communication channel. Stop wasting your time on the enemy's small craft and proceed to attack their fleet. Our mech legions can already handle the starfighters by themselves. The light mech specialist grimaced inside his cockpit. I'm not wasting time here. Can't you see what my presence is doing here? All of the surrounding starfighter wings have fallen into disarray. They can't do anything to me, and they know it. None of the terrified alien pilots can concentrate on attacking our other units anymore. That may be true, but it is redundant. Our mechs can defeat the starfighters with or without your help. The same does not necessarily apply to the enemy warships. Venerable Tusa grimaced. Have you seen what kind of mech I am piloting? A light skirmisher is one of the worst kinds of mech to pit against a warship. The only way I can deliver a powerful blow is if I make use of my transphasic grenades, but I don't have nearly enough of them in my possession. You can still be useful, even if it takes a while for you to breach the enemy energy shields. Just look at how much disruption you are causing by fighting in the midst of enemy starfighters. You can prevent many more casualties if you do the same to enemy warships. Their firepower is much greater, so the more you can redirect their gun batteries in your expert mech's direction, the better. Fine. Tusa did not enjoy the prospect of hammering away at the powerful segmented energy shields of the alien warships, but he acknowledged that it would be better for the other comrades if he was able to draw the attention of the larger gun batteries to his expert mech. The Dark Zephyr ignored the starfighters around it and zipped through the enemy formations and accelerated straight towards the warships in the distance. The expert light skirmisher even engaged warp travel in order to reach its destination faster. Though the distant enemy warships immediately tried to intercept the human Mech that was much more powerful than other machines of its size, none of the powerful gun batteries came close to landing a hit. Venerable Tusa smirked. The Dark Zephyr's evasion ability was one of its strongest traits. Its characteristic untouchable resonance ability seemingly produced an optical illusion that successfully diverted a lot of enemy attacks. No matter whether they were gamma laser beams, super heavy kinetic slugs, or plasma bolts, Tusa laughed as all of the enemy attack salvos failed to get close enough to touch his expert Mech's resonance shield. These aliens are so easy to fool. Wait, I get it now. Their gun batteries are highly automated. There is no manual aim. Although there were many advantages to automating the aiming systems and fire control of large and complicated warship armaments, humans were generally reluctant to pass on too many responsibilities to AIs and software algorithms. Even the CFA recognized the power of human ingenuity and human intuition. There may be factions within the Common Fleet Alliance that pushed for all-out automation, but there were still a lot of old-school fleeters who resolutely opposed this transition. If the Dark Zephyr was charging towards a CFA warship, then the expert Mech would never be able to approach so leisurely. Unfortunately for the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean, they rarely encountered any urgent situations where their automated gun batteries failed to this extent, so the crews of the warships didn't know how to deal with this situation. Once the Dark Zephyr reached the enemy fleet, the expert Mech quickly went to work. It approached several nearby warships and struck their segmented energy shields with a flurry of attacks. TCH, they are too tough. The fast but relatively weak attacks of the Dark Zephyr could not breach the energy shields in a short amount of time. Though Tusa originally wanted to overwhelm an energy shield and pass through the resulting gap, the alien warship in question quickly shifted the orientations of all of its energy shields, thereby preventing the Dark Zephyr from finishing the job. Whenever the Dark Zephyr tried to stick around a single warship for too long in an attempt to tire out the vessel's defenses, it would come under siege by the surrounding enemy vessels. Its untouchable ability was no longer effective now that it was on the attack. Damn these guns. There are so many of them and they all pack a punch. Tusa had little choice but to abandon his current target and attack another warship in order to prevent his expert Mech's resonance shield from getting exhausted. He was tempted to pull out a transphasic grenade so that he could break the energy shields of an enemy vessel in an instant, but he slowly thought better of it. The frigates and destroyers that he was fighting against weren't worthwhile enough for him to waste a powerful explosive. Just as General Verl had said, the alien pirates were highly uncomfortable with leaving an enemy expert Mech in the middle of their fleet. The Dark Zephyr's close proximity to the enemy warships and flagships spooked a lot of alien leaders. Hundreds of primary guns and secondary guns tried to shoot down the expert light skirmisher. However, because Tusa purposefully flew his expert Mech in the midst of the enemy formation, many warships fell silent as their guns could not open fire without hitting their own side. With the Dark Zephyr unnerving the crews of dozens of warships, the Mechs and expert Mech that were tasked with whittling down the defenses of the alien vessels from a distance had a much easier time. Significantly, less enemy gun batteries bombarded the positions of the Mechs that could not withstand so much focused firepower. One of the beneficiaries of Venerable Tusa's actions was the Promethea. Thanks, Tusa, Venerable Isabel Cotin softly said as her expert rifleman Mech brought its Ignitrone Luminar crystal rifle to bear against an enemy frigate. The Promethea charged its weapon and fired a powerful resonance-empowered disruptor beam at its target. While neither Isabel nor her expert Mech excelled at breaking energy shields, the enemy frigate's defenses were the least powerful among all of the alien warships. The power of a single resonance-empowered disruptor beam was enough to overwhelm one of the segmented energy shields. The techniques she learned from the mysterious Alphery core detonation code helped a lot in achieving this result. The true resonance that she had attached to the beam attack exploded upon impact, thereby inflicting a lot of damage in an instant. Before the frigate could adjust its defensive coverage and move the gap out of the Promethea's line of sight, Isabel forced her expert Mech to quickly squeeze out a quick resonance-empowered positron beam. Since Isabel was in a hurry, she wasn't able to charge the Ignitrone's next attack as much as she wished. The positron beam that ended up striking the frigate's hull was at least several times less powerful than the previous attack. The positron beam only ended up splashing against the frigate's fairly heat-resistant hull. Energy weapons were quite common in the Red Ocean. Warships needed to defend against a large variety of attacks. Many of them were even designed to resist the destructive energies of plasma weapons. Yet when this weak positron beam struck the hull of the frigate, it did not just fizzle out after vaporizing and melting a small hull section. It left a lingering purple flame behind that slowly began to feed from the metal alloys it was attached to. Slowly but surely, the flames continued to burn in space, despite lacking any obvious sources of propellants and oxidizing materials. A fire like this should have long gone out, but the small amount of true resonance that Venerable Isabel had attached to the earlier attack artificially kept it alive. The flame not only grew bigger, but began to burn more and more metal. Even though the true resonance wasn't strong enough to expand the reach and potency of the purple flame by too much, its inextinguishable property caused it to become a persistent problem to the alien frigate. Eventually, the crew noticed the danger and tried various measures to extinguish the flames. Almost nothing worked. The alien frigate only managed to get rid of this danger by ejecting the affected hull plating as well as any part of the ship that had been engulfed by the purple flames. This unfortunately left the vessel with a gap in her experience. Venerable Isabel Coton had already moved on to repeating the same tactic onto other targets, but when she noticed that her initial target exposed a vulnerability, she quickly repeated the same sequence of attacks onto the ship that had just gotten rid of a disaster. Heth, try and see if you can get rid of this little flame. Her Promethea successfully landed a flaming shot in the gap of the frigate. Now that the purple flame had spread deeper into the hull of the warship, it was not so easy to get rid of it anymore. Although it would take a long time for the purple flames to burn through the interior and destroy vital ship components such as power generators or propulsion systems, the vessel was already starting to weaken over time. The frigate began to lose several segmented energy shields as the Promethea's flames slowly burned up a nearby energy shield generator while reducing the energy transmission to several more. Seeing that an enemy warship was no longer as well protected as before, Venerable Tussa's eyes lit up. His dark Zephyr quickly turned around and quickly approached the side of the alien frigate before a pair of daggers began to tear through the metal hull. "Ha ha ha. Thanks for cracking this ship open, Isabel. You have done great work." "Thanks." This was just a solitary moment of cooperation between the Larkinson clan's expert mechs. Many more powerful machines were showing what they could do against the formidable alien vessels. Chief among them was the Seaman, whose expert pilot was determined to prove his manliness by defeating the warships by himself. PFF. Vincent scoffed at Tussa's opportunistic behavior. "A true man doesn't need the help of a woman. I will use my fists to punch a hole into these ships." Chapter 44, 52 New Weapons. As a proud expert pilot, Venerable Vincent Ricklin did not want to get overshadowed by his fellow rivals and peers. He had great confidence in his Seaman and did not think it was any worse than the likes of the Amaranto and the Everett Shanger. Thinking about those two particular expert mechs made Vincent irked. Why do they get all of the good stuff? The Amaranto and the Everett Shanger both distinguished themselves in battle once they got going. Venerable Davia Stark did not wait too long to put her latest weapon to good use. Against the enemies that she was facing against, the Instrument of Vengeance simply didn't have the punch to overcome the defenses of the largest alien assets. The Instrument of Doom was tailor-made for these kinds of confrontations. The huge, heavy and unwieldy cannon was not a good weapon to use against fast and agile targets such as Mechs and starfighters, but it was perfect against the enemy warships. Curious at how effectively her new expert Mech weapon performed against the alien vessels, Venerable Stark did not begin with opening fire at full power. The Amaranto fired its new cannon at a frigate and a destroyer. The smaller of the two warships failed to cope against the resonance-empowered laser beam, but the destroyer's segmented energy shield still managed to hold on, if only barely. Still, even if the Amaranto managed to destroy one of the segmented energy shields, the warships always readjusted the distribution of its remaining energy shields so that it no longer presented an open gap towards the enemy. This defensive solution had frustrated many Mech pilots who saw an opportunity to attack the hull of a vulnerable warship, and Venerable Stark was no exception to this rule. The Instrument of Doom is definitely powerful, but its firing rate leaves a lot to be desired, she concluded. She never thought that the slow firing rate of her oversized Mech cannon would hamper her efforts to cripple the alien warships by herself. After all, out of all of the Larkinson-ranged Mechs, her Amaranto was in the best position to snipe them by virtue of its unparalleled firepower. If she didn't want to waste a large amount of time and energy on whittling down the segmented energy shields one by one, she needed to leverage greater power. I am done with my tests. Now that she gained a more accurate measure of the defenses of her adversaries, Venerable Stark was ready to try out the Larkinson Patriarch's latest technological innovation. As her Instrument of Doom charged for another high-powered shot, she consciously resonated with the weapon while at the same time trying to make contact with its design spirit. Phase King. The design spirit had already been standing by. According to Deal, the former alien beast sovereign had struck with Vess. Every time he assisted the Larkinsons in battle, he would gain additional subjects to rule over in his private kingdom. The greater his contribution, the more spiritual fish whales Vess would make. This crude and simple incentive structure successfully aroused the Phase King's desires and made him even more enthusiastic about the fight than Venerable Stark. The powerful Luminar crystal cannon began to light up as more power channeled into its beautiful body than before. The Amaranto and its weapon glowed so much that it began to attract the attention of more and more aliens and humans. None of them had ever witnessed such an impressive sight. Even the ace pilots of the various pioneering groups grew alarmed for an instant. They thought that an actual phase whale had appeared on the battlefield. What is this? Is it an enemy or not? It's not a threat, Patriarch Reginald Cross hastily informed his fellow peers. It's just another trick from the Larkinson clan. Don't pay attention to it. Whatever is happening is only good for us. It's not even a real phase whale. An energy manifestation of the Phase King appeared over the Amaranto. Although the appearance of the design spirit definitely shared a great resemblance to his progenitor species, the Phase King fortunately looked distinctly different. The Phase King did not pay attention to all of the people he alarmed and focused solely on lending his power to the Instrument of Doom. As the weapon with a muzzle that was shaped in his own image began to accumulate a lot of his own spiritual energy, the Instrument of Doom was finally ready to fire. Venerable Stark briefly hesitated on whether she should fire at a frigate or a destroyer, but she eventually trusted in the power of her weapon and chose to target the latter. Fire! The fully charged blessed weapon finally blasted a laser beam that was far more powerful and blinding than before. The alien crew of the targeted destroyer didn't even have any time to react, as the blessed transphasic energy beam not only phased through the segmented energy shield, as if it was nothing. but also tore straight from one end of the warship to the other end, before continuing to pass through at diminished power. Venerable Stark, along with many other people, who had become attracted by the sight of the Amaranto's remarkable new luminar crystal cannon, eagerly waited for the results. Soon enough, the destroyer that had been struck by the overwhelming attack began to sputter. Over half of the alien vessel's segmented energy shields had gone offline, while many other systems started to malfunction as well. The damage wasn't as great as Venerable Stark had hoped, though. The beam hadn't produced a clean hole through the hull, but instead burned and degraded much of the matter in its path. Many of the gun batteries of the damaged warships were still firing at distant Mechs. As the alien crew frantically tried to prevent their damaged vessel from sliding any further, Venerable Stark frowned in dissatisfaction. Our attack has overpenetrated. Too much of the firepower has passed through and hit empty space instead of dealing any actual damage. A sense of apology radiated from the Phase King. It's okay. Please hold back for the next shot. The hull structure of the alien destroyer isn't as strong as I expected. I won't make the same mistake again. Though the Amaranto did not light up as much as before, it had definitely become more threatening than before. Each time, the expert rifleman Mech charged its cannon and opened fire. A bright and glowing beam phased through the energy shield of a destroyer before proceeding to unload all of its power into the hull of the powerful vessel. With the help of blueprints and targeting advice compiled by analysts from the rear, Venerable Stark became increasingly more aware of where the Amaranto needed to aim its massive weapon to down a warship in a single strike. Though the alien pirates attempted to retaliate against the Amaranto, the Mech was not alone in the fight. The Shield of Samur ordinarily should have been situated in front of the powerful machine in order to block all of the incoming attacks from enemy starfighters and warships, but the Dullahan project was nowhere close to completion. Since the Larkinson clan was currently short of an expert space knight, General Verl had requested to borrow one from the Cross clan. Venerable Linda Cross was happy to help out her fellow expert pilot, especially when she knew that the Amaranto had gained a powerful new ship-killing weapon. The Amphis Mark Roman II might not be as orientated towards defense as the late Shield of Samur, but it was still a genuine expert space knight. Linda had especially chosen to deploy her expert Mech with a larger, thicker, and heavier tower shield, as opposed to her preferred kite shield. Together with her true resonance, the Amphis Mark Roman II held out fairly well even when it was targeted by over a dozen warships at the same time. "How long can you hold, Linda?" Venerable Stark asked. "I can't last forever, but at this rate, I can hold out for 5 or so minutes depending on how urgently the alien pirates wish to take you down." Stark smirked. "My Amaranto is hardly the only threat they need to be worried about. The Mars is still rampaging through their light cruisers, while the Evertshanger has just come into range." The Evertshanger had deployed into battle in a rather simple configuration. Though it could have entered into battle while equipped with a mounted wargear loadout, Venerable Joshua had eventually opted against it after listening to advice. The City Breaker added a lot of firepower to the Evertshanger, but its lack of mobility and relatively flawed defenses meant that it would just get pounded into scrap after getting targeted by the powerful armaments of the opposing warships. The Titan V project worked well against Mechs and warships that it could touch, but the biomechanical monstrosity was considerably less effective in breaking transphasic energy shields. Compared to these extreme options, the base form of the Evertshanger was a much more reasonable option. Normally, its lack of pronounced offensive power would have relegated it to the same role as the Dark Zephyr, but Kedis just happened to equip the expert hero Mech with an adapted weapon that was great against warships. "Be careful, Joshua," Kedis told her husband over the comm as the Evertshanger was on its way. "Don't forget that the Scarlet Ember used to be a weapon used by one of our enemies. It is a temperamental sword, and you may need to be more heavy-handed in your approach in order to get it to behave." I will keep your words in mind, caddies, but I haven't experienced any problems with my new weapon. I will pay close attention to it just to be sure, but I think it will be fine. The Evertshanger quickly closed in on the enemy fleet with the help of its minidrive. It might not be as fast as the Dark Zephyr that had already arrived in advance, but the expert hero Mech was hardly a slowpoke. Surprisingly enough, Venerable Joshua did not encounter as many attacks as he expected. The alien warships were already busy with trying to destroy the Mars and the other expert mechs that were already doing their fair share of damage. This left the Evertshanger free to approach a starship. Considering that the frigates weren't that difficult to break open, Venerable Joshua made the same choice as Venerable Stark and targeted a larger and fiercer destroyer. All right, it's time to show your worth. Burn, Scarlet Ember. The Evertshanger activated the metal rod in its hand, causing it to gain a hot and concentrated plasma blade. As the plasma sword generated a lot of heat, the Evertshanger suddenly experienced a much greater power drain than before. Venerable Joshua knew that his expert mech wouldn't be able to last long without needing to replenish its energy cells, so he did not delay any further. He resonated with the plasma sword, while his expert mech held it with both arms. Break! A river of fire seemed to collapse onto the segmented energy shield of the enemy destroyer. The resonance-empowered transphasic strike not only managed to break through the energy shield through brute force, but also damaged a couple of the surrounding shields. The Evertshanger quickly moved into the gap before the enemy destroyer could plug the gap. Once it got inside, the Evertshanger lifted up its active plasma sword yet again and struck straight at the starboard side of the alien destroyer. This time, the damage was much more dramatic. The full power of the Scarlet Ember unloaded into the hull of a massive starship. Not only did the plasma sword burn straight through the strong metal exterior, but it also transferred a huge amount of energy to the surrounding compartments. Alien crew members cried an instant before their bodies burned or vaporized from the heat. Countless different systems went offline or disappeared entirely as the weapon that was originally designed for an ace mech showcased its extreme power at the hands of an expert mech. By the time the Evertshanger retracted the Scarlet Ember, Venerable Joshua could see that his weapon had burned a third of the way into the hull of the destroyer, while melting a lot of adjacent compartments. This is unreal. An ordinary strike from the Evertshanger's old heartsword would have left a moderate cut on the exterior of the hull. The plain old, unending alloy mech sword would have never been able to deal damage at this scale. Even if Joshua could slightly amplify his attack power by employing a prime ability, no amount of tricks could match the power of a reduced ace mech weapon. Chapter 44, 53 Seductive Power. Once Venerable Joshua managed to get a grip on the immense destructive power of the Scarlet Ember, he took full advantage of his great might. Whenever his burning eyes raked across the alien fleet in front of him, he no longer considered them to be serious threats that could kill a lot of mechs and mech pilots with their powerful gun batteries. Instead, he started to regard them as prey for his hungry plasma sword. "You're eager to kill, aren't you, Scarlet Ember?" Joshua grinned. "Well, I'm eager to wipe out these aliens as well. Let's do our best to destroy as many of these ships while our energy reserves last." The expert pilot was constantly aware of the immense cost of using this weapon. The Scarlet Ember was originally made to be wielded by the Neo Amadeus, and even Saint Jeremiah Gage felt reluctant to employ it on the battlefield unless he needed its awesome power to land the killing blow. Though Ketty's attempts to downsize its length and reduce its power setting had tamed much of the ferocity of the repurposed battle trophy, a wolf always remained a wolf no matter how much the new owners wanted to create a dog. Right now, Venerable Joshua did not encounter the rejection that Vess and Ketty's talked about. He had made so many preparations to handle a rebellious blade that he became a little off-balanced by how little resistance he encountered. Perhaps that was because St. Jeremiah hadn't used it often enough to imprint it with any strong sentiments. Perhaps removing the head of the expert pilot had reset its personality. Perhaps everyone misjudged the Scarlet Ember, as its wants and desires were much simpler than everyone thought. Whatever the case, Joshua found it remarkably easy to resonate and attune with his weapon. The only issue was that the weapon's burning need to destroy also began to affect his own judgment. Fortunately, that was exactly what he wanted to do. As long as he was able to direct the Scarlet Ember's incredible power onto the right targets, he was confident that he would be able to maintain control over the inflamed weapon. "Let's go. There are plenty of ships for us to chop." The 1,854,210 pirate group and its allies brought over 100 different warships. Though many of them were small and in various states of disrepair, they were still bigger and more powerful than any Mech. Even the smallest frigate could destroy a lot of Mechs under the right circumstances. The Evertshanger began to grow hotter as the plasma weapon in its hands continued to channel blazing hot plasma. The expert hero Mech seemed to have turned into a hellfire demon as it jumped from the crippled and burning destroyer that had been the first to fall victim to the Scarlet Ember's might. The flaming comet flew straight towards an adjacent destroyer, whose guns were desperately trying to repel the powerful human expert Mech. Too clumsy. Venerable Joshua didn't feel threatened by the alien warships at all. Their absolute firepower may be strong, but their huge hulls and divided control structure worked against them. Their complete lack of grace easily enabled small but powerful Mechs to weave through their attacks and prevent many weapons from posing a threat by moving beyond their firing angles. The alien warships increasingly worked together to cover each other, but the Evertshanger was able to avoid most of it through fast and clever maneuvering. Nothing the aliens possessed could stop the Evertshanger from rampaging through their fleet. Perhaps only a warship as powerful and advanced as the Vigant Cesny could drive an expert Mech as fast and potent as the Evertshanger away. But the Orvan battleship was dealing with her own fair share of problems at the moment. With the Mars dismantling the 1,854,210 pirate group's light cruisers one by one, the remaining warships that had been hurled in the direction of the Golden Skull Alliance simply did not possess the means to contain the Evertshanger, let alone other powerful expert Mechs. One destroyer after another began to get struck by a large and powerful blade of plasma. In order to get the most out of the Scarlet Ember, Venerable Joshua did not bother to strike his targets more than 2 times in a row. His Evertshanger only needed to attack once in order to get through the energy shields of an alien warship, and attack another time to inflict crippling damage onto the hull of the very same vessel. The damage incurred by the alien ships in question varied considerably due to their radically different layouts, material compositions, and design principles. However, getting struck by a resonance-empowered plasma sword attack never failed to sink so deep into their hulls that they inevitably became easy prey to follow-up attacks from other Mechs. Damn, I love this weapon. The infatuated expert pilot believed so much in the power of his weapon that he did not bother to target the smallest warships in the enemy fleet. Since the Scarlet Ember was strong enough to breach the defenses of alien destroyers, Joshua solely set his sights on damaging as many of them as possible. The more hulls his Evertshanger struck, the more Venerable Joshua became familiar with the characteristics of his Scarlet Ember. The difference between a high-tech plasma sword like the Scarlet Ember and a plain old alloy blade like the Heart Sword was too great. Perhaps a dedicated swordsman Mech specialist like Venerable Desi could increase the destructive power of the latter by an order of magnitude, but Venerable Joshua had never been able to develop his swordsmanship to the same degree. A weapon that straightforwardly relied on advanced technology and lots of energy to exert a huge amount of destructive power was much more to his liking. A small but profound shift took place in Venerable Joshua's mind. He developed a greater preference for powerful technology and became less enthused about simpler design solutions. It would be a lot harder for him to fall back to the original heartsword after this battle. Damn, my energy reserves have already dipped below the halfway point. The Evertshanger was rapidly growing hotter as it struggled to supply its plasma sword with copious amounts of energy. Joshua noticed increasing signs of stress. His expert Mech had never been designed to feed such a hungry weapon. If not for its impeccable quality and high base performance parameters, its energy transmission system would have already started to malfunction. Even so, Joshua didn't know how much longer he could exert so much stress on his expert Mech's internals. How long can you last, Evertshanger? My systems won't break if we continue to fight like this for the remainder of this run. The third-order living Mech boomed in response. I advise you to leave the Scarlet Ember behind once we return to replenish my energy reserves. I do not think my systems can take any further abuse after that. Got it, Venerable Joshua responded. He was directly connected to his expert Mech, so he already made the same conclusion. Seeing that he could not make use of the Scarlet Ember awesome might much longer, Joshua and the Evertshanger tried their best to make the most of what little time they had left with the plasma sword. Many aliens wailed and suffered as the ships that they were serving on turned into half-ruined hulks after getting struck by an unstoppable plasma attack. Even though the Evertshanger briefly interrupted its killing spree in order to help the penitent sisters pull off their battle formation attacks, by the time the expert Mech's energy reserves had dipped to 10%, over a dozen alien destroyers had fallen in its wake. This was a fantastic killing record, even if the Evertshanger had to depend on the follow-up attacks from other Mechs to finish off the crippled vessels. As Venerable Joshua regretfully commanded his expert Mech to power down the Scarlet Ember and return to the spirit of Bentheim, he thought about whether he should beg Vess to provide him with another powerful weapon. I can get a lot more done with a powerful weapon. Just as Joshua began to daydream about obtaining a ranged weapon that was just as powerful as the Amaranto's new instrument of doom, his battle partner abruptly sent a mental shock through the man-machine connection. Ouch, what gives Evertshanger? Have you forgotten about the warning issued by your wife? What did she say when she handed over the Scarlet Ember? Joshua dug through his memories and indeed remembered that she had told him to be careful about using such a powerful weapon. She said that weapons like the Scarlet Embers are too strong for a pilot of my level. To be more specific, she tried to warn you that relying too much on IT would make you go astray. Have you noticed that you haven't been relying as much on glows, resonance abilities, or prime abilities since this battle has started? They form the basis of your fighting style, but you have rarely thought about them since you became enamored with your latest toy. There isn't anything wrong with using better tech. Joshua frowned. Mechs need to keep up with the times, or else they will get overtaken by something stronger. We have all started to adopt facewater technology as soon as it became available. This is different, Joshua. The tech that you previously used made you stronger, but did not change the fact that you needed to develop your own capabilities as an expert pilot in order to be any good. The Scarlet Ember is different. IT presents such a great leap in combat power that you no longer need to push your own skills as a pilot. That, not the case. Those are empty words, Joshua. Admit IT. Look back on your performance. You did not wield the plasma sword. Instead, IT wielded you. The Scarlet Ember used you to satisfy its own selfish desires. What? You're exaggerating, Evertshanger. You're just jealous that I was thinking about abandoning the Heartsword for the Scarlet Ember. I know the latter wasn't originally made for you, but you can't deny we destroyed a lot more powerful enemies and saved the lives of many more Larkinsons with its help. We shouldn't put it back into the box. Wake up, Joshua, the Evertshanger roared into the expert pilot's mind. Have you forgotten what a true soldier should be? You're groveling on behalf of a foreign weapon that is too powerful for your own good is sickening to me. The fact that you haven't been able to recognize that you allowed yourself to get used by an inanimate sword is an unforgivable mistake. Everchanger. The cockpit of his expert Mech activated a projection that showed a mirror image of his current suited form. Look at yourself and tell me that you are still as strong and determined as before. Has your drive to become a better guardian for your family remained intact? Your willpower has grown brittle, Joshua. Your progress will stagnate, and your journey to become a saint will come to an end if you continue to hold onto your current mindset. I have my own dignity as an expert Mech. I do not wish to impose my demands on you, but I will not lend my power to an unworthy battle partner. The Everchanger conveyed such a strong sense of disappointment to venerable Joshua that the expert pilot couldn't help but reflect on himself for the remainder of the return journey. He slowly realized that his living Mech might have a point. It was hard for people to recognize their own shortcomings and mistakes. Their biases and preconceived notions blinded them to their own faults. If venerable Joshua didn't have the benefit from a close partner that also possessed an outside perspective, perhaps he would have never become aware that he had begun to fall into a trap that had caused many expert pilots to stagnate in their growth. I still need to think about all of this, Everchanger, but thank you for telling me this. I feel that you have given me a lot of help. That is what I am here for, Joshua. Chapter 44, 54 Destroying Sandcastles. While venerable Joshua started a journey of introspection after he received a crucial wake-up call from his living Mech, venerable Vincent Ricklin faced an entirely different problem. These energy shields are too tough. His seaman charged towards an alien destroyer and increased the size and mass of its fists by rearranging the layout of its smart metal armor system. While Vincent tried his best to maximize the transphasic power of his Tesmas by resonating with both Bravo and his expert brawler Mech, it was hard for him to exert any greater might without the assistance of a handy weapon like the Scarlet Ember. Taste my fists. Having failed to break the increasingly more notorious segmented energy shields employed by practically every alien warship, Vincent had adopted a smarter approach towards this battle. Instead of sticking to the mindless approach of letting the seaman pound its fists against the energy shields of an enemy ship, Vincent wisened up and remembered there were more ways to break past a powerful obstruction. What if I approached this fight like a lancer Mech, except without a lance? The seaman could easily rely on its mass and momentum to overwhelm one of the segmented energy shields of an intact destroyer. This was why he resisted the temptation to continue punching and drew his expert Mech away so that it could build up a lot of speed. Once Vincent felt he had waited long enough, he directed his machine to circle back to the enemy fleet and charge towards a destroyer that had not been affected up to this point. Even as several nearby alien vessels tried to intercept the charging expert Mech by directing their gun batteries to fire in its direction, Vincent simply toughed it out and put his trust in the seaman's resonance shield. "Break for me," he roared. The seaman collided against a segmented energy shield like a battering ram. The guts and momentum of Vincent and his expert Mech produced a powerful impact that heavily shook the energy barrier to the point where it finally failed. While the seaman barely had enough momentum left to push through the hole it had just made, the expert Mech wasn't feeling so good anymore either. Venerable Vincent winced as he felt how much strain and damage its Tesmas had suffered. The powerful and experimental transphasic energized smart metal armor system may have been designed to flexibly resist and absorb a lot of incoming attacks, but it had never been designed to cope with so much abuse. Still, despite the complaints from his own expert Mechs, Vincent was glad that he finally managed to do what other expert Mech, like the Amaranto and Everchanger, had done. It may have taken him a while to get through, but at least he could touch the surface of an enemy destroyer now that he got inside. Though the warship in question still tried to drive away the seaman by turning as many of her gun batteries in its direction, Vincent smirked at this feeble response. "My expert Mech has already taken enough damage as it is. I'm not going to let you hurt my baby any further. There was an easy way for Mechs to prevent themselves from getting targeted by most of the gun batteries of an enemy ship. They just needed to get close. There were certain positions on an enemy vessel's hull that were much more awkward for them to repel a parasite than others. Vincent had already studied the exterior layout of the alien warship and knew exactly where his expert Mech needed to go in order to escape any further attacks. His seaman deftly evaded many of the desperate attacks launched by the warship, while its battered resonance shield blocked the ones that couldn't be avoided. This didn't last long as the seaman finally approached the stern of the enemy vessel. An array of large, triangular thrusters were positioned at the rear. They burned hotter and provided more thrust in an attempt to deter the expert Mech from getting any closer. The alien ship also began to engage her maneuvering thrusters so that she could put her entire hull into a complicated spin. It wasn't enough. If you think I'm afraid of getting dizzy, then think again. The seaman easily landed into a cranny at the stern of the spinning vessel. The feet of the expert brawler Mech automatically turned magnetic in order to maintain its footing on the surface. Though the heat generated by the nearby thrusters made it rather uncomfortable for the seaman to stick around for long, it was far from serious enough to drive the expert Mech away. "Let's see what you are made of," Vincent grinned. The seaman began to crouch and began to tear into the hull of the enemy destroyer. While it was fairly difficult for the expert Mech to punch through meters of solid alloy, there were plenty of surface modules and other weak points that made it a lot easier to open new holes. Vincent soon discovered that the warship's hull structure wasn't so tough after all. The only major inconvenience was that there was so much metal in the way that a Mech that was armed with only its fists needed to invest a lot of time and effort to reach an important section, such as what passed for an engineering bay to the alien vessel. Thinking about how venerable Joshua and the Everett Shanger instantly crippled a warship by chopping its fancy new plasma sword at the hull made him feel impotent. He didn't think his seaman was any worse than the Everett Shanger. "Bravo! Let's work together and show how a manly Mech doesn't need to rely on any powerful new toys. Let's punch our way into the depths of this ship." The expert pilot's determination caused him to muster up more strength and resonate with his machine to a greater degree. The seaman happened to share his sentiments, so it tried to reciprocate as much as possible. On top of that, the design spirit also provided his support. The expert brawler Mech began to glow increasingly brighter as three different but united influences all joined hands for the sole purpose of preventing themselves from getting upstaged by their rivals. An echo of true power coursed through the malleable frame of the seaman. As Vincent directed it to launch a flurry of punches into the hull of the destroyer, each fist seemed to cause an explosion of power that spread across the structure behind the immediate impact site. It was as if the punches of the seaman was able to produce a lesser imitation of the Thunderer Mark Roman II concussive shockwave attacks. Neither Vincent nor his two battle partners cared about pirating the methods of a fellow warrior. They were just happy that they were making more and more progress. Each success fueled their confidence, which in turn allowed them to channel greater strength in their next attacks. In the end, the seaman had dug deep enough to finally break into an important hall, where the aliens had installed their warp drive, as well as a couple of their most important power generators. Numerous tiny suited alien figures yelled in panic, or took out various small arms, and opened fire at the giant Mech that had torn its way inside. Vincent paid no attention to the pinpricks that bounced off the resonance shield of his seaman, and looked at all of the strange metal devices that were channeling a lot of energy. "This looks important. I wonder what will happen if I smash IT with my fists." The seaman acted like a bull in a china shop, and began to punch and kick anything that looked remotely important and sophisticated. Even though a few of the devices exploded violently when ruptured, Vincent and his battle partners only felt more glee as they successfully ruined the alien destroyer from the inside. By the time the Seaman tore its way out with its fists, the alien destroyer was practically dead in the water. All but a few of her segmented energy shields had disappeared, and she had also lost all of her main propulsion systems. A strong sense of accomplishment and satisfaction overtook Vincent. His expert Mech and its design spirit had managed to do what the Evertshanger had done by relying on nothing but a good Mech frame and a lot of manly confidence. Did you see that, Joshua? I can cripple an enemy destroyer by myself as well. Vincent was so happy with his accomplishment that he completely overlooked the fact that in the time it took for the Seaman to disable an enemy warship, the Evertshanger managed to do the same to 6 comparable vessels. The only advantage that the Seaman gained over the Evertshanger was that it had expended a lot less energy in the process. The Seaman wasn't close to reaching exhaustion, while the Evertshanger was burning through its energy reserves at an insane rate. Come on, the fight is far from over. Venerable Vincent enthusiastically directed his Seaman to leap towards another nearby warship and repeat the same process yet again. It took a little less time for his expert Mech to cripple another warship. Though he still made a lot of mistakes, he tried his best to avoid them when he recognized that he had messed up his moves. A part of him found it regretful that the warships he was fighting against were too clumsy to exercise his brawling skills, but another part of him enjoyed the process of wrecking so many large and powerful vessels. The battlefield had turned into a playground where Vincent and his 2 buddies eagerly punched and kicked up one sandcastle after another. Though Vincent's dueling ability hadn't improved in the slightest, he developed several new methods where his Seaman could inflict more damage than before. He experimented with several different approaches. In one instance, he instructed his Seaman to turn its fists into giant arm blades. Though the new limbs allowed the expert brawler Mech to slice through holes with greater ease, Vincent missed the meaty kinetic impact of a satisfying punch attack. In another instance, Vincent tried to make his expert Mech turn its arms into drills and see if that would help it get inside faster. That particular experiment failed spectacularly, but at least Vincent understood the limits of his expert Mech better. As the expert pilot continued to explore better ways to destroy enemy warships, his resonance strength steadily grew without his notice. Though his progress was much slower, his earnest efforts to work with his expert Mech and improve his own combat methods had enabled him to make much more progress than venerable Joshua in this span of time. When Vess noticed this detail as he observed the conditions of the Larkinson expert pilots, he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He found it ironic that a more flawed and single-minded expert pilot, who only managed to break through with the help of the Transcendence glow, was outpacing the Larkinson clan's golden boy. Venerable Joshua should have been making a lot more progress in his growth on account of piloting one of the best masterwork expert Mechs of the Larkinson clan. Instead, the young expert pilot not only failed to make any progress, but actually regressed to an extent. Joshua's resonance strength had dropped compared to where he was at the start of this battle. Vess furrowed his brows. He vowed to look into what was happening with his favorite expert pilot, but this was not the time for introspection. Even though the Golden Skull Alliance had made great progress into wiping out the opposing small craft and warships, time was slowly running out. The reinforcements that the Gemini family warned about had probably drawn a lot closer than before. Are there any signs of incoming enemies? No, sir. The scouts and listening devices that we have spread in every direction have yet to detect any incoming threats. Keep an eye on any spatial phenomena. If any reinforcements are about to arrive, I bet they will make use of face-water technology. They won't come in through the front door. Chapter 44, 55 Triple-Shelled Turtle. The battle was going well for the human coalition. Though the Vigant Cesny was able to rely on her triple energy shield layers to stay in the fight, none of the other warships enjoyed the same degree of protection. The human pioneering groups quickly developed better methods to breach the segmented energy shields that many alien warships traditionally relied upon to stay alive. As the formidable ace mechs and expert mechs on the battlefield rapidly whittled down the amount of active cruisers, destroyers, and frigates by leveraging their distinct advantages, the human mech forces no longer experienced as much pressure as before. The fight became easier and easier for the mechs to fight as the amount of powerful warship armaments firing in their direction continued to drop with the passage of time. Many mech pilots started to relax a bit as they no longer felt as if they were one step away from disaster. Too many of them had seen mechs getting struck by giant transphasic gamma laser beams that could fry the bodies of their pilots. There was hardly any way for mech pilots to survive when their mechs randomly got hit by a heavy cannon projectile that was half their size. Fortunately for most of them, most of the warships had directed their firepower to the small quantity of high-ranking mechs that could single-handedly tear them apart. The greatest concerns the regular mech forces had to deal with was the flood of starfighters that attempted to run them down. Though the mechs initially suffered a bit more casualties than necessary due to their unfamiliarity with starfighters, that rapidly changed once they learned their lessons. The differences in power between the two sides was too great. Out of the two different civilizations, the one belonging to humanity simply possessed better tech than the indigenous societies of the Red Ocean. This was despite the fact that all pioneers were restricted from making use of formidable human warships that could easily destroy their alien counterparts in a naval battle. To be fair, the aliens experienced a lot more restrictions than they thought whenever their starfighters or warships wanted to initiate warp travel. Whether they sought to outflank the human forces or quickly make their way out of the battlefield, none of the alien vessels succeeded in warping the fabric space around them into a bubble that could allow them to travel faster. The reason why these ships weren't able to escape was the use of warp inhibitor devices. The Larkinson clan had already deployed its new but extremely effective gravity net that spread across much of the battlefield. The other pioneering groups didn't have anything that was as strong as this advanced and powerful product of facewater engineering, but they still had their own ways of preventing their prey from warping away. With no feasible way to make a quick exit, the aliens were forced to fight at their best. Sadly, their strength simply didn't measure up, especially as their numbers fell at a rapid rate. A part of Vess felt cheated. Weren't the aliens supposed to be stronger than this? Shouldn't their warships be capable of exerting much greater pressure on expert mechs and ace mechs? Don't get too cocky, Vess, General Verl's projection warned him. Aside from the unspoken flagship, none of the alien warships that we are fighting against are up to standard. We are fighting against the dregs of the alien civilizations that used to occupy this corner of space. The main alien warfleets that the Big Two are so concerned about have either been destroyed or fled to safer territories. Vess slowly nodded in agreement. I guess you're right. These rotten pirates that have decided to stick to the Palace of Shame aren't comparable to a proper military fleet. I just find it odd that the locals are rolling over so easily. I know our ace mechs and expert mechs are not weak, but I expected more from aliens that have decided to stand their ground. Have you noticed that few, if any, of the alien combatants have attempted to retreat? Everyone is fighting to the death. Is this normal? The leader of the Larkinson army might not be the most brilliant strategist alive, but his ability to read the ebbs and flows of the battlefield was not bad. General Verl scowled. Our understanding of our enemies is far from sufficient. By agreeing to take part in the Gemini family's joint operation, we began to follow someone else's rhythm. We did not prepare as much as we could and failed to account for many factors. Why are the pirates so brave? Why are they fighting as if they are willing to die for a cause? What sort of reinforcements are they relying upon to turn the tide of the battle? We don't have any answers to these questions, and that is unsettling. I have a strong suspicion that the Gemini family is able to supply us with at least some of the answers, but it is highly doubtful that the Geminis are willing to give us any freebies. The specter of enemy reinforcements cast a dark shadow over the human coalition. The Larkinsons probably weren't the only ones who were cursing the Geminis for luring them into this rabbit hole. Perhaps the incoming reinforcements might not be as big of a deal as everyone feared, but there was also a chance that a powerful phase whale might appear on the battlefield in an instant. The uncertainty was gnawing at both Vess and many other leaders. They simply didn't know what to expect, and that was stopping them from taking any pleasure at the progress that they had made up to this point. If the estimate of the Gemini family was correct, it would only take a few more minutes before they would all find out what the alien pirates were relying upon to secure their grip onto the Palace of Shame. The final struggle against the Vigantsesni is about to commence, General Verl reminded Vess. The Ace Mechs have already taken care of the opposing light or heavy cruisers. Our expert Mechs can easily finish off the few that are damaged but not completely out of the fight. What is more important is that our strongest Mechs must neutralize the largest and most important enemy warship that is currently on the battlefield. That was very much a wise decision. Already, the Seven Saints were converging their attention on the alien vessel that they initially mistook for a battlecruiser before finding out that she was more comparable to a battleship. Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calasandra Bouget had done an excellent job in constraining the threat of the Vigantsesni. Their ace Mechs, the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem, even found opportunities to clean up the smaller and weaker Orvan destroyers that escorted the alien battleship. As such, the Vigantsesni had become utterly isolated from any assistance that could save her from getting slaughtered by a bunch of ace Mechs. Almost every ace Mech converged around the Vigantsesni. While the alien battleship furiously fired its formidable arsenal of primary, secondary, and tertiary gun batteries at any ace Mech that her sensors were able to track, the powerful machines easily evaded or blocked the attacks as if battleships were no big deal. The ace pilots had the capital to belittle the alien battleship. Their personal strength as well as the strength of their Mechs were simply far beyond anything the Unspoken had ever confronted in battle. If the Orvan race invested just as much time, technology, materials, and design work into building a battleship that was completely dedicated to wiping out small but incredibly powerful small craft, then the tables would have definitely been turned. Unfortunately, none of the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean had ever made the adaptations that the CFA had made to its own warships. The primary plasma cannons of the Vigantsesni were admittedly powerful beyond belief, but they turned so slowly that it was trivially easy for the ace pilots to determine where they were aiming. The secondary kinetic cannons and the tertiary laser cannons were able to track smaller and fast-moving objects a lot better, but they lacked the punch to overpower an ace Mech's characteristic Saint Kingdom. As far as the powerful saints were concerned, the Vigantsesni was no different from a turtle that was on the chopping block. A turtle with 3 overlapping shells, but still one that did not have any hope of defeating an ace Mech. The only question the ace pilots were contemplating was how they could crack through all of the turtle shells as quickly and efficiently as possible. The analysts of all of the pioneering groups had made a lot of calculations and simulated trillions of different battle scenarios. After a lot of arguing, the support personnel eventually presented the ace pilots with 17 possible attack plans. No one knew which one they should go for. They were all viable, but it was too difficult for them to judge which one worked out the best. Patriarch Reginald Cross snorted before he discarded all of the electronic documents. "Don't think too much. We are all saints. Our will is endless and our power is unstoppable. No amount of mathematical modeling can encompass our might." "I agree with Cross," Calasandra Bouget spoke. "Each of us possesses the power to inflict heavy damage onto a segmented energy shield. The only area we need to pay attention to is to compress our attacks in the smallest possible time interval. If there is too much of a delay, the alien battleship will spin her segmented shields and render our efforts useless. The ace pilots only needed a few more seconds to quickly determine a basic but serviceable attack plan. "Let me go first," St. Gelmer Osenring spoke. "My ace mech is the furthest away and also deals the greatest amount of collateral damage." "Go ahead. We will start once you have opened fire." The Thunderer Mark Roman II was the only ace mech that had not gone forward, but this was an understandable decision, as a heavy artillery mech firmly belonged to the rear. In order to prevent the Vigant Cessny from bombarding the Thunderer Mark Roman II location, the Jetta Sandovar produced a lot of smoke and other interference that made it difficult to pin down the ace heavy artillery mech's location. St. Osenring had also stopped launching any further attacks and tried his best to discreetly reposition his powerful ranged machine elsewhere. The ace pilot steadily resonated with the powerful heavy Gauss cannons of the Thunderer Mark Roman II. He had already loaded them with shield-breaking rounds that were designed to inflict the greatest amount of damage on the first energy shield they struck. While the ace pilot had expended a lot of effort into destroying a lot of enemy cruisers, he still had plenty of willpower left to fully charge his next salvo. As the Thunderer Mark Roman II glowed with power, its many guns boomed at once, unleashing 10 resonance-empowered Gauss rounds that punched through the side of the asteroid that the ace mech was hiding behind before striking one of the segmented energy shields. The combined force of all of the incredible kinetic impacts overwhelmed one of the energy scales of the first layer. "Our turn now," Patriarch Reginald Cross grinned. His Mars had already charged its Arceus system. The integrated energy weapon modules unleashed 9 resonance-empowered positron beams before the Thunderer Mark Roman II attacks had blown over. While the Mars alone did not have the firepower to destroy one of the alien battleship's powerful energy scales, another ace mech had joined the effort at this time. The embodiment of love not only borrowed the true resonance of Saint Sina Gemini, but also drew on the power of her brother and husband, Saint Cobal Gemini. The resulting positron beam was therefore blessed with twice as much love and more than 4 times as much power than normal. The 10 positron beams struck at virtually the same time and quickly overloaded the energy scale on the second layer. "The third layer has become exposed. Go quickly." The next batch of ace mechs had already moved into position at this time. Unlike the ones that had taken action just before, the next machines attempted to breach the third and final layer of energy shields by charging forward. Chapter 44:56 Mutual Technological Assimilation. The Vigant Cessny was a monster in any way. She was a battleship that might not be as well-maintained and up-to-date as the more modern Orvan vessels that were in service these days, but the Unspoken had cared for her as best as they could over the centuries. All 14 of her gigantic plasma cannon batteries were still in good condition relative to the rest of the ship. It was clear that the Orvan pirates had invested much in their maintenance, and maybe even upgraded some of their parts in order to make them more effective. The secondary and tertiary armaments were much less consistent in comparison. There were hundreds of each of them, and their firepower was significantly reduced, so they didn't merit as much importance from the owners of the alien battleship. Still, even if several dozen guns had already shown signs of failing, there were still plenty more that were capable of firing in the direction of the ace mechs that were about to charge forward and hammer through the energy scale of the third layer of energy shields. So far, the Seven Saints had already completed 2/3 of their plan to open up a gap that could lead their ace mechs to the hull of the Orvan battleship. As long as one of them was able to get close enough to touch the hull of their main target, the Vigant Cessny would probably be doomed. Perhaps an ace mech could not match an armed capital ship in terms of unleashing absolute devastation and delivering a cataclysm to entire continents, but their absolute superiority at closer ranges was undeniable. The Orvan crew members that were manning and controlling the Vigant Cessny did everything possible to prevent the insanely powerful ace mechs from breaching past the potent layers of segmented transphasic energy shields. As the main means of defense of starships, for many of the warships in use in the Red Ocean, the highly sophisticated energy shield generators responsible for serving as the main line of defense of the alien battleship could endure an incredible amount of firepower. A battleship as large and powerful as the Vigant Czesny was first and foremost designed to fight a standing battle against another vessel of her kind. Brutal slugging matches between battleships were not that common, but once they took place, no side wanted their most powerful vessels to get overwhelmed by a flood of titanic plasma bolts or asteroid-destroying positron beams. This was why energy shield technology was one of the few areas that had received constant attention from the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean. No matter whether they were Orvans, Nunsers, Pulmers, or any of the lesser races, each of them built up a huge dependence on the effectiveness of the energy shields they used to protect their warships, space stations, cities, and other critical assets. Without the means to effectively defend against the massive guns of warships like the Vigant Czesny, none of the alien races would be able to win as many battles or hold on to as much territory. The Battle of the Borean Belt had given many humans a profound lesson on how much better the aliens were at developing energy shield technology. The difference between what the natives possessed and what the humans had mastered was like the difference between night and day. The effectiveness of the most powerful energy shield generators, such as those utilized by the Vigant Czesny, to the smallest energy shield generators, carried by the elite starfighters, proved that this technology was incredibly mature. Powerful segmented transphasic energy shields were not treated as a highly inaccessible form of high technology that could only be harnessed by the best and most resourceful alien races. If even the smallest and most ramshackle pirate warships belonging to a minor group was able to employ a more economical version of this tech, then the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean might not be as backwards and inferior as Vess and everyone else assumed. Even Gloriana expressed grudging respect towards the natives of the dwarf galaxy that humanity had invaded. The contempt in her expression had faded after she had witnessed how much damage every warship was able to tank. The Big Two have deliberately painted the indigenous alien races as sheltered and ignorant beings that cannot withstand the might and technology of a race that has emerged from a much larger and more dangerous galaxy. Gloriana spoke as she gently rooked a sleeping Marvane in her suited arms. For the most part, this message is true, but it also causes us to overlook a factor that has given the natives a great advantage. Vess understood what she was referring to: face water. Exactly. The Milky Way may be a lot larger and more rich in valuable materials, but the Red Ocean is endowed with so much face water that pretty much every alien race has turned it into the foundation of their technology trees. Their starships are able to move faster in real space with the help of face water-based warp drives. Their weapon systems hit harder and penetrate deeper than anything compatible with the help of transphasic design elements. Their energy shields and armor plating are able to resist much more damage than usual for the same reason. In other words, the widespread availability of face water in the Red Ocean has distorted the technological development of every indigenous alien race. Vess concluded. As long as they are smart enough to harness technology, they will eventually have the bright idea of combining their existing inventions with face water. Can you blame them, Vess? Face water is a powerful exotic and can serve as an incredibly powerful enhancing agent that can make many things a lot better. Just look at the pirate warships that our mechs are fighting against. Although we all know that warships possess an inherent advantage against mechs, due to being able to take advantage of their greater scales, attacks from powerful ranged mechs, such as the Amaranto, the Minerva, and the Promethea shouldn't have taken so long to destroy each vessel. Vess nodded in agreement. Massed firepower from other Mech, such as our transcendent punishers, also should have been able to destroy the smaller warships without much suspense. But instead, they need to fire a lot of salvos to overcome the opposing energy shields before they can start inflicting serious structural damage. His wife waved at the bridge around them. Compare that to our own starships. I recall that our clan has recently upgraded the energy shield generators of the Spirit of Bentheim and our other capital ships, but are they as good as the ones employed by these dirty alien pirates? No, Vess painfully admitted. Definitely not. The directional shield generators that we have recently mounted in our flagship are all fairly modern, but they don't have the ability to overlap or change the orientation of their output, as well as the energy shields employed by the aliens. In addition, not all of our shield generators are transphasic. We would have to use up almost all of our reserves of face water in order to enhance their defenses to this level. That's bad, isn't it? For all of our confidence, the energy shield generators that we employ aren't even as good as the ones utilized by the dregs of an indigenous alien civilization. Rather than wasting our hard-earned money and face water on human products, we might as well capture the disabled alien warships in front of us and strip them of their shield generators. As long as we can adapt them to our own vessels, we will no longer be behind in terms of shielding capabilities. Vess shook his head. I was already thinking about that, but it is anything but to slot in alien technology into our most important starships. I would rather develop our own version of energy shield generators after reverse engineering the local versions. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is already taking place in all of the major development companies, such as Morton Tech. It probably won't take more than a couple of years before we can close the gap. Ah, yes, adapting alien technology. Humankind has a knack for that, Gloriana said in a tone that could not hide her contempt. As humans like us come into contact with brand new alien societies, we encounter new technologies that we can't help but covet. No matter whether it is luminar crystal technology or red ocean facewater technology, we can't stand the thought of other races possessing better toys than us. If we can't make it ourselves, we would rather steal it from others. How enlightened. Her tone irked him. She made it sound like learning from the enemy was disgusting and dishonorable behavior. No one cares about rights or attribution, Vess retorted. The struggle between humans and aliens is harsh and brutal. Victory means that our race can not only survive longer, but thrive over the corpses of the defeated. Defeat means that our race will scatter away or go extinct. We cannot afford to lose, so we have little choice but to seek our victories in any way possible. If we have to play dirty to safeguard humanity's survival, then what is the harm in stealing alien tech? Spoken like a true survivalist, you fit well in this camp. I don't think the need to assimilate alien technology is exclusive to the survivalist faction. Almost everyone is doing it. Anyone who doesn't will fall behind and become increasingly less eligible to compete for power. The Age of Stars and the Age of Conquest provides overwhelming proof why we must master as much tech as possible. Humanity would have never become the hegemon of the Milky Way if we weren't shameless about stealing and adapting a lot of alien tech. Gloriana couldn't deny that fact, but she pointed out another disconcerting fact. Technological assimilation is not exclusive to the human race. If we can steal from the aliens, they should already be able to steal from us. In fact, this process is already taking place. We have all heard the stories about how the Big Two's warfleets are experiencing greater difficulties as of late. The rapid incorporation of technologies that the natives shouldn't have been able to develop on their own has taken all of humanity aback. That was a good point. As Vess thought about it, he began to feel a bit more uneasy. Are you suggesting that the indigenous aliens are about to pull an Age of Conquest-like resurgence against humanity? His wife grinned at him. It is possible, don't you think so? As long as the natives can buy enough time to assimilate and integrate our technology into their own military assets, it is not out of the question for them to gain the upper hand and drive all of the pioneers back to where they came from. If they are truly bold, the vengeful aliens might follow us back to the old galaxy and complete their counterattack. That was an absurd idea. Vess found it way too improbable that the indigenous alien races could take on human civilization as a whole. That won't happen, Vess decisively stated. Those aliens will only get destroyed en masse if they ever step foot in our core territories. Besides, it won't come to that. As long as the Big Two get more serious and transfer more mechs and warships to the Red Ocean, the momentum will definitely be in our favor. Our advantage in numbers is too great. The MTA and CFA can always overwhelm the natives, as long as they are willing to pay the price to transfer additional warfleets to the new frontier. Both humans and aliens were constantly learning from each other, while they both remained standing. The mutual exchange of technology and methods would continue to take place until one side completely vanquished over the other. Gloriana suddenly came up with another interesting idea. Do you think it is possible that the native aliens will start to develop their own versions of mechs? Vess shook his head. Unlikely. They will try, but they will completely botch the job. The indigenous alien races are too far behind. They should focus on improving their warships, which is their main means of combat. Their starfighters already perform close enough to mechs that a few more upgrades and improvements can turn them into viable competitors. As a mech designer, he understood incredibly well what made human mechs so good. He simply could not conceive of any scenario where the natives could not only imitate mechs, but exceed the current masters of this tech. Chapter 44, 57 Breaching Operation. As Vess and Gloriana were busy with thinking about the implications of humans and aliens stealing each other's tech, the ace mechs of the human coalition were on the verge of breaking through the strongest defenses of the largest, scariest, and most resilient alien warship on the battlefield. Though it would only take a few seconds at most for the Vigant Zesny to rearrange the energy scales of her first and second layer of energy shields, this was still a viable window of opportunity for the next wave of ace mechs to push through the third and final layer of energy shields. Only a couple of ace mechs were suited to make this step. The Thunderer Mark Roman II was way too far away to get inside the protective envelope of the Vigant Zesny. Even if the ace heavy artillery mech was in the vicinity, its comparatively awful mobility would mean it was far too slow to take advantage of the gaps. This was why the Saints decided to put forth the Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem next. The Royal Gem was an excellent choice, as it could act as a Lancer mech in a hurry. The Infinite Gear, on the other hand, had already changed into a Lancer mech loadout. Minutes earlier, the highly modular mech had shed its previous loadout and integrated the parts that had been launched by the flagship of the Lyra Expeditionary Fleet. Unlike lesser mechs, neither of the two ace mechs needed to spend much time on building up a charge. Their fantastic flight systems and their incredibly powerful Saint Kingdoms were enough to accelerate both machines to a degree that would have torn apart an expert mech. St. Robert Montagny and St. Calasandra Bouget had already charged forward before the Thunderer Mark Roman II had opened a gap in the first layer of energy shields. By the time the Mars and the Embodiment of Love had just destroyed the second layer of energy shields, the two melee mechs simultaneously struck the third segmented energy shield with incredible power and momentum. Break for US, St. Calasandra Bouget decreed. The twin collisions inflicted so much damage to the segmented energy shield that it broke without any delay. Part of the reason why the energy shield folded so easily was because it had come under the influence of two Saint Kingdoms. Though St. Robert Montagny's ability to weaken this energy measure was relatively average, St. Calasandra Bouget's ability to weaken and diminish external energy was much better. The segmented energy shield already became a little shaky by the time a lance and a spear had struck it at the same time. With the power of two charging medium mechs, the energy scale finally folded. The way is clear. due to how much excess power and momentum the two ace melee mechs retained. Both of them continued to push forward in the hopes of sneaking inside the Vigant Cessna's triple turtle shells. Push through. Yet just as the two ace mechs were about to pass through the final barrier, another segmented energy shield suddenly appeared in front. What? There's a fourth layer. Damn these Orvans. The Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem drove their respective weapons against the segmented energy shield, but only managed to sap half of its integrity without inflicting any further damage. It turned out that the Orvan battleship's energy shield technology was not as inflexible and restricted as the tech employed by other alien warships. The more advanced and sophisticated energy shield generators installed on the Vigant Cessna were not able to change their placement along a fixed distance or radius, but also had greater leeway in increasing and reducing its projected distance. The Orvans took advantage of this additional option to reposition distant segmented energy shields from the first, second, or third layer, and rapidly used them to form a bowl shape around the Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem. This was how the Vigant Cessna was able to form a makeshift fourth layer of energy shields. The only difference was that it could only be applied in a relatively small area. Even so, this emergency measure was enough to sap the momentum of the Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem. Though the Seven Saints had already speculated whether the tricky Vigant Cessna had an extra ace up her sleeve, to see this happen nonetheless caused them to feel less confident in their ability to push through. It took time and effort to charge a powerful attack. Even ace mechs couldn't unleash multiple potent resonance-empowered attacks in quick succession. The Thunderer Mark Roman II was a slow ace mech by nature, and was far from firing another charged volley. The energy weapons of the Mars and the embodiment of love also needed time to build up a charge as well. The Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem had only just exhausted all of their accumulated power and momentum. It seemed that the ace mechs had no way left to break through the improvised fourth layer of energy shields, but that was not the case. None of the ace pilots had managed to get this far in their progression without encountering unexpected surprises on the battlefield. They were accustomed to planning for the worst. I knew the Orvans would try to fool us, Patriarch Reginald cross-scoffed. At this time, the Thunderer Mark Roman II abruptly opened fire with all of its heavy Gauss cannons. This was despite the fact that the ace mech and ace pilot were nowhere close to charging up this attack volley. Nonetheless, the 10 Gauss rounds that surged forward at reduced speed and much less resonance empowerment than before still delivered a lot of damage after they struck the fourth energy shield layer. If that wasn't enough, the embodiment of love borrowed as much true resonance that the Gemini Saints could muster at short notice, and fired a relatively potent positron beam with its transphasic energy rifle. The snap attack struck with just enough power to finally exhaust the fourth layer of energy shields. The way was open for the Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem to push forward. The way is free. Wait, there are more. Whoever or whatever was in charge of the Orvan battleship's defenses had responded quickly. Many more energy scales from the third, second, and third layer of energy shields disappeared from their original positions and formed successively deeper bowls around the two ace melee mechs. Damn it, the Vigant Cessna has just formed a fifth and sixth layer. The fifth layer was already bad enough, but the fact that the aliens found it necessary to form a sixth layer was either an indication of panic or a demonstration of technological superiority. Whatever the case, the effort required to break through both layers was exceptionally difficult to the current gathering of ace mechs. That didn't mean the ace pilots were willing to give up. They were not the sort of warriors who accepted defeat so easily. The Saints had already made their own preparations for this eventuality. The embodiment of love had completely expended its power, but the relatively slower but physically stronger embodiment of sacrifice had yet to make any move at this time. The Ace Space Knight didn't have any ranged weapon other than a compact energy pistol, but Saint Sandro Gemini resorted to another means to deliver a powerful attack. Just like what Saint Jeremiah Gage had done during the Battle of Pima Prime, Saint Sandro Gemini had commanded his ace Mech to toss its Mech sword in the direction of the next segmented energy shield a short time ago. Both Gemini saints had empowered the Mech sword with as much true resonance as they could beforehand, but the embodiment of sacrifice had held on to the weapon in order to save its power for just this kind of situation. Now, the sword had soared into space with far greater power and momentum than its modest size suggested. It arrived in front of the fifth energy shield layer at the best timing and generated a forceful explosion upon impact that almost shattered the segmented energy shield entirely. Though the Infinite Gear and the Royal Gem weren't quite ready yet to launch their follow-up attacks, there was another ace Mech that was not as burdened. It's my time again. The Mars had surprisingly surged forward just after it had opened fire with its Arceus system earlier. The advantage of an hybrid Mech was that it carried multiple different weapon systems, and that just happened to play an incredibly useful role in this instance. As the Mars charged forward, it lifted its transphasic shotgun and fired a powerful slug that crossed the short distance and struck the weakened energy scale like a hammer. Thanks to the damage inflicted by the embodiment of Sacrif's Mech sword, the potent shotgun attack had delivered just enough damage to break this obstacle. The sixth layer is exposed. The Mars was far from done at this time. The ace Mech initially deployed into battle with a set of missile launchers mounted on its shoulders. These launchers had begun to fire a full salvo of transphasic missiles that quickly reached the sixth layer and generated rippling explosions that substantially weakened the segmented energy shield in question. This presented Patriarch Reginald Cross with a great opportunity to launch a follow-up attack. Though the Mars had already exhausted all of its available ranged weapon solutions for the time being, it had one weapon left that could still deliver a powerful blow. The Ace Hybrid Mech charged forward and lifted up its transphasic axe before chopping it down towards the damaged sixth layer with all of the momentum that the Mars had accumulated. The powerful axe strike not only broke the stressed, segmented energy shield, but also preserved a bit of momentum for the Mars. We finally got through. Yet as the Mars and the other two nearby ace melee mechs attempted to pass through the tunnel that they had opened up through their collective efforts, the Vigant Cesny flexed her defensive prowess once again. Just as many people thought that the Orvan battleship was only limited to projecting this many layers at most, many more segmented energy shields disappeared only to reappear in front and around the Mars, the Infinite Gear, and the Royal Gem. This is getting ridiculous. How many times can the damn alien battleship keep up this farce? A seventh, an eighth, and even a ninth layer of energy shields had formed around the breach. Though the eighth and ninth layer of energy shields looked a bit more unstable due to their extreme positioning, that did not change the fact that they firmly blocked the way ahead. We can't expand the gap any further. The ace mechs that had worked together to break through the successive layers of energy shields had all fallen into a lull state at this time. The powerful machines and their ace pilots needed precious seconds to accumulate power and prepare for another attack. The Vigant Cesny was determined not to give the humans this opportunity. Already, over 5 of her primary plasma cannon batteries and dozens of secondary kinetic cannon batteries were about to open fire at the 3 ace mechs that had stopped in front of the 7th layer of energy shields. Once these city-destroying gun batteries unleashed their might at the breach, the ace mechs in question would have little choice but to retreat in order to prevent their defenses from getting overwhelmed. Yet if they did so, all of the effort they had put into breaching through the successive layers would be for naught. Just when people thought that the 6 ace mechs had failed to get inside, a certain ace-light skirmisher suddenly appeared well inside the defensive envelope of the Orvan battleship. What surprised everyone was that the ace Mech of the Adelaide Mercenary Company had appeared much closer to the hull of the Vigant Cessny than the other ace Mechs. What? How did it get there? Chapter 44, 58, Ace Mech Rampage. The extravagant 7th, 8th, and 9th layer of energy shields looked extremely foolish at this moment. For all of their efforts to contain the 6 ace Mechs that had flamboyantly taken action earlier, they were utterly incapable of preventing the Jeddah Sandovar from approaching the surface of the Orvan battleship's hull. It turned out that while both the humans and aliens had paid close attention to the high-profile ace Mechs, the Jeddah Sandovar had deliberately adopted a low profile. By hiding inside the smoke cloud generated by its Saint Kingdom, the ace light skirmisher was able to move around without anyone able to determine its coordinates. St. Marissa Lewandowski cleverly took advantage of this trait and snuck her small and slim ace light skirmisher through all of the gaps that had formed in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layer of energy shields. These gaps had appeared when the Orvan battleship hastily tried to plug the breach by forming the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th layers of energy shields. Each bowl-shaped layer that was meant to contain the ace Mechs was successively larger than the previous layer. Perhaps that might not sound like much at the beginning, but the Vigant Cessny had to draw away a lot of segmented energy shields after forming so many emergency layers. This had given the Jeddah Sandovar a great opportunity to sneak through the defensive envelope of the battleship through a different channel. The problem was that the battleship did not conveniently create gaps through all 3 layers at the same spot. It attempted to minimize the chances of something dangerous getting through as much as possible by taking away the energy scales from many different positions. If any Mech wanted to squeeze through all 3 layers in succession, then it needed to fly through the narrow space between the layers at least twice before it could get inside the defensive envelope. This was nearly impossible to accomplish, but the Jeddah Sandovar managed to do it. The ace Mech did so by taking advantage of its small and narrow profile to fly through the narrow space of the active layers. Although the Orvans had tried their best to minimize this dead space as much as possible, the energy shield generators were not capable of pressing the layers any closer to each other due to technical reasons. The sandwiched energy shields would interfere with each other's operations and cancel each other out if they were close to touching each other. As it was, the Jeddah Sandovar successfully squeezed through all of the narrow spaces like a mouse scurrying through a maze and reached the other side without immediately alerting the Orvans. In fact, there was a large chance the Jeddah Sandovar might not have been able to pass through all 3 main layers at once. The controllers of the Vigant Cessny's defensive systems had tried to be as clever as possible and mainly redirected the energy scales from the 1st and 2nd layers. They treated the 3rd layer as a final guarantee and tried to touch it as little as possible. The problem was that the impulsive decision to create a 7th, 8th, and 9th layer of energy shields drew away far too many segmented energy shields. It wasn't even possible to form a complete envelopment with these new layers unless the battleship stripped extra energy scales from the 3rd layer. This was how a few crucial gaps had opened up in the 3rd and most crucial layer. Though they were positioned far away from the gaps of the 2nd layer, the Jeddah Sandovar moved with great speed despite trying to maintain its low profile. As such, the ace light skirmisher finally managed to succeed where all of the other 6 ace Mechs had failed. It turns out that the ace Mechs that tried to break past all of the energy shields served as a distraction. If the alien battleship turned out to possess way more than 3 layers, then the machines had to create as much of a commotion as possible in order to attract the attention of the aliens. They succeeded. The embodiment of love, the embodiment of sacrifice, the Mars, the Thunderer Mark Roman II, the Infinite Gear, and the Royal Gem had all done their utmost to generate as much threat as possible. Though they had all come close to breaching through 6 layers of energy shields in a row, ultimately the ace pilots had already taken into account that they might not be the heroes of this moment. They instead adopted the role of sidekicks, all for the sake of allowing one of their number to pass through unnoticed. Now that everyone could see that the Jeddah Sandovar had moved much closer to the hull of the Vigant Cesny than any other human mech, everyone suddenly gained a lot of confidence that the beast could be felled. "Watch out, Lewandowski. Those plasma cannons are about to fire." The Jeddah Sandovar immediately conjured up an enormous smoke cloud within the confines of its Saint Kingdom. The Mars, the Infinite Gear, and the Royal Gem safely retreated from the gap they had just made before the primary plasma cannons finally unleashed their awesome might. Several gigantic plasma bolts swept through the prior positions of the aforementioned ace mechs. Several more plasma bolts swept inside the smoke cloud where the Jeddah Sandovar had taken shelter in, but they passed through without any indication that they had struck a mech. The ace light skirmisher was simply too difficult to hit when it was trying its best to evade damage. St. Lewandowski hardly experienced any difficulty at all in approaching the surface of the hull. The Vigant Cesny had shown incredible defensive capabilities. Her ability to reposition her energy scales to form temporary new layers was an excellent way to prevent an opposing warship from punching through her original 3 layers of energy shields. It was an advanced defensive solution that was highly effective in battles against other natives of the Red Ocean. Yet when employed against a bunch of human ace mechs, the Vigant Cesny's most powerful defensives ultimately proved to be flawed. Now the reckoning had come. The flagship of the unspoken pirate group had threatened and frustrated the humans long enough. It was time for the Jeddah Sandovar to show what it could do to a formidable armed capital ship when it had reached the exterior of the mighty vessel. Many of the secondary and tertiary gun batteries had formed a dense and inescapable net of physical and energy attacks along the hull. Dozens of attacks had to be blocked by the Saint Kingdom of the ace skirmisher mech, but that hardly bothered St. Lewandowski. What truly concerned her was the gigantic plasma cannons that were trying their best to recharge as quickly as possible. Disable the plasma cannons first. As long as you can stop them from firing, the alien battleship is already half finished. Roger that. The Jeddah Sandovar drew out its 2 commas and infused them with true resonance as it charged towards one of the large and imposing plasma cannons. As the distance between the two rapidly shrunk, the ace mech did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, it continued to accelerate and build up more momentum. Pierce. A small explosion rocked the massive hull as the Jeddah Sandovar tore open the outer structure of the plasma cannon battery before subsequently slipping inside. As the ace light skirmisher continued to pass through the dense internal components, it attacked so rapidly with its commas that it was able to tear its way through the other side of the massive structure. Less than a second later, the heavily damaged plasma cannon became engulfed in secondary explosions as the damage inflicted by the Jeddah Sandovar proved to be too much. 1 down, 13 left to go, St. Lewandowski whispered to herself. The Jeddah Sandovar still did not slow down. It proceeded to fly towards the closest plasma cannon battery and proceeded to tear through its structure in the same manner as before. Though the massive battleship had employed several different measures to prevent the Jeddah Sandovar from running roughshod along her hull, none of these measures were effective against a powerful ace mech. With the protection and support of its unreasonably effective domain field, the Jeddah Sandovar not only resisted all kinds of attack and debilitating measures, but also amplified its performance so that it could knock out the plasma cannons even faster. A dozen more explosions erupted across the surface of the alien capital ship's hull. It took less than a minute for the Jeddah Sandovar to tear through many layers of relatively weak hull and structural plating, and single-handedly eliminate all of the primary armaments of the once formidable battleship. The Vigant Cesny has been castrated. Many people cheered when they saw how easily the ace light skirmisher made short work of the cannons that were all powerful enough to destroy the ships of the human coalition. Though the secondary and tertiary guns still remained a significant problem, the Jeddah Sandavar had no time to attack all of those batteries. "Open up a gap for us," Patriarch Reginald Cross impatiently requested. "Drill inside the battleship and destroy as many power reactors and shield generators as you can find. As long as you destroy enough of them, the rest of us can get through and make short work of this battleship." That was a good way to proceed. Although the Jeddah Sandavar was in a prime position to tear apart the Orvan battleship by itself, an ace light skirmisher was one of the least destructive mechs at this level. It would take many precious minutes for the Jeddah Sandavar to completely disable an enormous capital ship that was probably highly compartmentalized. "On it," St. Lewandowski spoke before she flew her Jeddah Sandavar to a destroyed plasma cannon battery and began to utilize its commas to drill deeper into the hull. Utilizing the vast influence of his Saint Kingdom, the female ace pilot was able to get a grip on many advanced alien technological parts and systems. A few of the large devices generated or expended huge amounts of energy. It was not hard to guess that they were the targets that she was supposed to destroy. Although it took a bit of time for the Jeddah Sandavar to breach through one compartment after another, the ace mech eventually managed to destroy 2 nearby power reactors, as well as half a dozen alien shield generators. Though the Vigant Cesny was hardly crippled at this point, the ace light skirmisher inflicted just enough damage for the battleship to experience significant problems in trying to maintain all 3 layers of energy shields. When the ace pilots waiting outside saw that the coverage of the 3 layers had grown a lot spottier, they finally couldn't wait anymore. "This is our chance, break through." This time, the Thunderer Mark Roman II and all of the other 5 ace mechs waiting outside began to initiate a similar sequence of attacks than before. The difference was that the Vigant Cesny was no longer capable of repelling the intruders. The battleship had lost too much functionality at this time. What was worse was that many of the crew members were distracted by the ace mech that was still rampaging well inside the hull. "We're through." Aside from the Thunderer Mark Roman II, all of the other ace mechs had finally passed through the breach that they had just made. "You know what to do. Have fun and try not to get in each other's way." All of the ace pilots had turned into kids that had entered a candy store. There was so much for them to destroy that they eagerly began to tear into the once formidable Vigant Cesny without any further fears. A cacophony of explosions erupted on and inside the hull of the unspoken flagship, as a bunch of parasites continued to destroy more and more functionality. Just as the Orvan leaders of the Vigant Cesny had issued an order to abandon ship, a powerful spatial fluctuation began to spread across the battlefield. It took a moment for the human specialists to figure out what was happening. "We've run out of time. The enemy reinforcements are about to arrive." Chapter 4459, The Superiority of Ace Mechs. Seeing the unspoken battleship known as the Vigant Cesny was like seeing a piece of moving art. Every mech pilot, every mech designer, and every supporter of mechs derived a lot of confidence and satisfaction from seeing their mechs vanquish over the big bad warship. A part of them saw the future in this single confrontation. Though warships still possessed an undeniable advantage in inflicting mass destruction at the greatest possible scale for a mobile combat asset, their ability to fight against small, tiny, but incredibly powerful mechs was simply not as good. It was not difficult for people to imagine that this battle was a representative reflection of the rivalry between the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. Though the Orvan-built battleship was not even close to matching the performance of a modern CFA-armed vessel of the same size, it still operated along the same fundamental principles that underpinned the strength of warships. In the same way, the 7 ace mechs of the temporary coalition were far from matching the insane level of performance of the MTA ace mechs that generally led the charge in the ongoing invasion of the Red Ocean. That did not take away the fact that the Mars and all of the other ace mechs taking part in the Battle of the Borean Belt, relied on many of the same principles to gain an edge over their opponents. Ves gained a lot of stimulation from this fight. Ace Mech may be way out of his league considering that he was just a journeyman at the moment, but that did not stop him from fantasizing about designing powerful mechs that could effectively counter similar warships to the formidable Vigant Cesny. As Ves imagined a future where mechs decisively pushed warships of any kind to their knees, his wife interrupted his train of thought. Ahem, have you forgotten about something? Like what? It took 7 ace mechs to defeat 1 battleship, Gloriana told him. That does not exactly make for a glorious victory. The amount of time, effort, and resources needed to raise 7 ace pilots and develop 7 suitable ace mechs for them all is enormous. I am pretty sure that the Orvan battleship is much more expensive than 7 ace mechs in absolute terms, Ves retorted. Just look at how many tons of metal it took to build the alien battleship. The quality of the materials may not be the best, but the sheer quantity it took to build up her structure is enough to bankrupt our clan several times over. The requirements to build up a complete infrastructure for warships is much simpler than that of ace mechs. It is easy enough to obtain the resources and develop the right tech for them. Crewing the ships also isn't a problem. You just need to erect as many schools as needed to produce the graduates required to obtain trained naval engineers and naval officers. In contrast, no amount of investment is guaranteed to produce another ace pilot. There are too many variables that cannot be controlled. Ves turned and smirked at her. Really, that argument might work on anyone else, but I am different. His wife blinked and quickly recalled one of her husband's most important innovations. You may be right, but are you ready to unveil the new possibilities to the rest of humanity? Sir. Exactly, Gloriana huffed at him. Don't talk about changed paradigms if no one can actually benefit from them yet. For now, we live in a reality where the emergence of ace pilots is highly constrained. You can build hundreds if not thousands of warships with every ace mech. The amount of people it takes to crew the former may be 1,000,000 times higher than the latter, but you can train all of the spacers you want with a large enough population base. Personnel is no bottleneck at all. The only major restriction to building more warships is resources, but that can easily be solved by conquering more territories, which is exactly what the Big Two is doing in the new frontier. Ves looked back at the unfolding destruction of the Vigant Cesny. The alien battleship that used to cast an oppressive shadow over the Palace of Shame had been rendered completely impotent in the might of the flies that attacked her hull with impunity. The Jeddah Sandovar had already destroyed all 14 primary plasma cannons that could have overwhelmed their saint kingdoms through brute force. The hundreds of secondary and tertiary gun batteries were pretty much irrelevant. They were too slow and too weak to threaten the ace mechs. Many of them couldn't even angle their muzzles at a low enough angle to repel the ace mechs that had landed on the surface of the hull. Every ace mech tried to inflict as much damage as possible in their own ways. The Thunderer Mark Roman II that had opted to remain in the rear truly showed its worth as a high-end engine of destruction. As the mech type that most closely matched a battleship on a conceptual level, the formidable heavy Gauss cannons of the Ace Heavy Artillery Mech was beginning to treat the Vigant Cesny as if she was a highly fortified space bulwark. Each salvo from the Thunderer Mark Roman II that struck the exterior of the Orvan battleship did not produce any powerful impacts. Instead, the extreme penetration rounds largely phased right through the outer hull of the massive vessel and continued to pierce through dozens of compartments, bulkheads, delicate parts, and even the bodies of alien crew members that just happened to be in the way. Though the rounds were eventually blocked by the armored citadel that protected the core of the alien battleship, they had managed to inflict serious damage to the internals of the vessel. This decreased the Vigant Cesny's ability to defend herself and escape her current predicament. In contrast to the Thunderer Mark Roman II, the Mars was a lot more hands-on in its quest to dismantle the massive battleship. Its Arceus system charged and fired a salvo of 9 resonance-empowered positron beams at the highest possible frequency onto anything that happened to be in front. In the meantime, the Mars had holstered its transphasic axe and transphasic shotgun and drew out the long and heavy Mech saber that had been resting on its back. The whale-cutting saber had been designed for just these kinds of occasions. Patriarch Reginald became a lot more satisfied when he saw how much more damage he could do with each mighty swing of his heavy weapon. The saber cut through solid matter with much greater ease. Combined with its longer reach, this enabled the Mars to drill towards the center of the alien battleship a lot faster. Another Ace Mech managed to beat the Mars in this race, though. Compared to the Ace hybrid Mech that needed to make slow and heavy swings in order to go forward, the Royal Gem constantly moved forward at a slow but constant pace with every thrust of its spear. The Ace Spearman Mech was practically in its element right now. Similar to the Spearman Mechs designed by Mr. Dulo Voikin, the Royal Gem just happened to excel at unleashing rapid stabbing attacks. When these attacks were all empowered by St. Calisandra Bujay's powerful true resonance, each rapid stab struck like a directional explosion that caved in a lot of structural elements and deepened the tunnel by at least 12 meters. Soon enough, the Royal Gem breached its way past the Citadel and began to inflict serious damage onto the many systems that kept the alien battleship running. Other Ace Mechs were doing their own part to clean up the Vigant Cesny before any enemy reinforcements arrived. The embodiments of love and sacrifice opted to maintain a modest distance from the alien battleship in order to remain on guard against any surprises. In the meantime, the Ace Rifleman Mech and the Ace Space Knight leisurely destroyed the exterior modules of the powerful battleship. The fast and elusive Jeddah Sandovar that had earned great credit in opening up the battleship to destruction was currently zipping around. Once the crew of the Vigant Cesny started to evacuate, the Jeddah Sandovar ruthlessly hunted down every starfighter, shuttle, or other craft that attempted to escape the battlefield or run back to the Palace of Shame. Aside from that, the Jeddah Sandovar also continued to make the lives of the determined alien pirates miserable by blinding them inside its smoky domain field. Now that the Ace Mech had drawn closer to the hull of the Orvan battleship than before, many more alien spacers became affected by St. Marissa Lewandowski's unique method of interference. As the Vigant Cesny continued to incur more and more damage as time went on, the signs of incoming reinforcements became more obvious. No one knew why the area around the Palace of Shame began to exhibit more and more spatial fluctuations. It was as if a calm lake gradually started to get affected by a distant storm that was slowly starting to draw closer. The winds whipped up by the approaching weather disturbance might not be strong at the moment, but the fact that they continued to grow more and more violent and unstable painted an ominous picture about what was coming. "What the hell is going on?" Vess demanded from his crew. "We cannot say, sir. This is completely different from all of the other known spatial phenomena that we have witnessed before. We have even attempted to find a match for the patterns that we are registering to the entries in the MTA database, but we have failed to find any at our current access level." That did not necessarily mean that the MTA could provide no answers, but if they did, Vess and the Larkinson clan weren't qualified to know. Vess studied the sensor readings himself and spotted so many oddities that he felt that the Mechers probably wouldn't be able to come up with any answers either. The readings were too abnormal. If we extrapolate the escalating figures, then what is coming is bigger than anything else we have encountered. Let alone an alien battleship or a phase whale, I don't think a warfleet can produce spatial fluctuations of this magnitude. His wife grew alarmed as well and pulled up the sensor readings to confirm his assessment. You're right. What is happening is far greater than any form of facewater manipulation that we have ever encountered before, barring our transit from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean. This isn't the sort of displacement that can be accomplished with an ordinary warp drive or teleportation device. A phenomenon of this scale can only be produced by making use of hundreds of kilograms of face water at a time. It may even be more than 1,000 kilograms face water. Vess almost had a heart attack when he heard this extravagant sum. The limit to what the Larkinson clan was capable of using was the recently acquired gravity net. While the gravity net had played a critical role in preventing the alien warships from speeding away with the help of their warp drives, this powerful inhibition device completely failed to suppress the escalating spatial disturbances. Vess recalled that the gravity net incorporated a whopping 26.5 kilograms of face water. This should have granted the advanced technological marvel enough strength to prevent almost any ship from going in or out. But right now, its strength turned out to be completely inadequate to handle the ensuing crisis. Whatever was responsible for producing such powerful spatial fluctuations was definitely a lot more powerful than the Unspoken and all of the other pirate groups that had just suffered a total defeat. Many scientists and other specialists were doing their best to gather more information and come up with potential solutions. Eventually, a science officer made a bold and shocking hypothesis. "Our assumptions are wrong, sir." Vess immediately turned to the science officer that just spoke out. "Explain." Chapter 44, 60 Escalating Fears. While almost everyone else tasked with figuring out what was coming next assumed that something powerful was inbound, one individual came up with a completely different theory. Vess and many other people in the Bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim turned their attention to the young but clever man that dared to make a counterintuitive claim. "We are all working on the idea that something powerful is about to arrive on the battlefield, sir. I do not think that is the case. The Borean system is a star system that is engulfed by the powerful magnetic field activity of a neutron star." What does that mean? It means that outsiders should not be able to accurately teleport to our location. Any attempt will either fail or misfire so badly that any incoming arrivals will go wildly off course. Then, what is your alternative theory? "I think that the assumption that reinforcements are coming is wrong," the science officer claimed. "According to my analysis, it's the reverse. We are all about to get displaced. Wherever the spatial fluctuations have reached will soon be swept away from the Borean system and appear in a completely different location. In other words, we are about to get caught in a trap." "What?" Many more scientists and other geeks who possessed at least a passing familiarity on face water technology and its various displacement applications began to analyze the data from a different angle. They no longer tried to assess whether a super-phase whale or a small moon was about to drop in from afar. Instead, they utilized a different set of formulas and methods that worked the data in different fashions. They soon discovered that, while they couldn't produce any precise answers, the data became a lot more decipherable by their altered approach. His hypothesis is likely correct. The ongoing phenomenon is likely produced by the lengthy activation process of an unknown but incredibly powerful spatial device. This object is currently drawing upon a huge amount of power to displace an incredibly large volume of space from the Borean system to a completely different location. More and more shock and alarm spread throughout the bridge and beyond as the scientists produced more and more indications and proof to support their latest assertion. Vess and many others started to grow incredibly afraid. Teleporting far away from the edge of the border between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone had never been on their agenda. The Golden Skull Alliance had already moved close enough to the active front lines of the ongoing invasion. If they jumped a lot deeper in the wrong direction, they might emerge deep in the middle of alien territory, with hardly any friendly human stronghold within their reach. What is the range and direction of this probable displacement? Vess demanded another answer. "We cannot tell, sir. We do not possess enough of an understanding of face water technology or the super device that is responsible for producing the spatial disturbances. Our best estimate is that this will not be a short-range displacement. It will likely bring us hundreds, if not thousands of light years away. Getting teleported 100 or so light years away did not sound like a big deal. As long as the destination was not in the middle of a hidden alien stronghold, it shouldn't be too big of a deal for the human coalition to get back to familiar territories. It was different if they were about to get dragged over 1,000 light years away, especially if their new location was situated a lot closer to the center of the dwarf galaxy. Vess already started to recall all of the action dramas that he had watched in the past when he was a young kid. He never imagined that those stories about ships or fleets getting teleported deep into unknown or alien space would actually befall his expeditionary fleet. Just thinking about all of the deaths, tragedies, losses, and trauma that took place over the course of all of those popular series sent a shudder through his spine. Not just him, but many other people did not look forward to getting stranded in deeply hostile territory either. "Fix this, Vess," Gloriana screeched at him. "You brought us into this mess. Now help us get out of it before the worst-case scenario happens." Their children had picked up everyone's distress. Though Aurelia and Andrast tried their best to put up a brave face as they had been taught by their mother, their younger brother was not as prepared. The escalating commotion around him had woken up from his nap. As fear, panic, and distress continued to spread from the bridge operators, the young boy started to get overwhelmed by all of the negativity. "Wea." He burst into tears yet again. His mother immediately pressed him deeper into her embrace. "Hush now, baby. It's okay. I will always protect you. Don't be afraid. Be a brave boy, okay?" "Maybe it is best if you take him back to his room," Vess suggested. "Our children no longer need to witness what will happen next. Can you bring them back to our grand stateroom?" "I want to stay," Andrast protested. "I'm a big girl now. Since I will be fighting against these aliens when I grow older, I don't want to miss what happens next." "This isn't one of those silly cartoons, daughter," Vess admonished his second child. "Go back to your room with your mother. Your presence has become a distraction to us all. We can't take care of you if the situation becomes more dire." "No, I don't want to. Aurelia, help me out here. You want to stay as well, right?" The oldest sister among the children nodded. "Please let us stay. Both of us will lead our clan in the future. It would be better if we can learn from you. Besides, you will be able to protect us, right?" Her remarkably mature argument had an effect on her parents. "Let Aurelia and Andrast stay," Gloriana said. "If the two of them think they can handle this, then let them expand their horizons. They will have to learn how to lead our clan sooner or later. They may as well start early." She proceeded to stand up and carry a frightful and emotional Marvane out of the bridge. As soon as the blast doors slid shut and prevented anyone else from going in or out, Vess turned his attention back to the immediate crisis. "How long will this go on?" Vess asked as he waved his hand at the projection that displayed increasingly more concerning sensor readings. "It doesn't appear that the displacement event will happen in the next minute. Will we be able to escape this phenomenon?" "No, sir. The range of this phenomenon is too large and wide. Perhaps our smallest and fastest starships may be able to get away in time, but the majority of our ships will not be able to escape in time. Even the ones with warp travel capability cannot get away because the magnitude of the spatial fluctuations is already making that impossible. Damn it, if we can't escape from this event, why not stop it then? Have you identified where it originates from? Does it come from the Vigant Cesny?" "No, we have just confirmed that the probable super device that is responsible for producing the spatial fluctuations is likely rooted deep inside the Palace of Shame." Vess widened his eyes. How could he forget about the Palace of Shame? The large and intimidating asteroid base no longer attracted as much attention as before after its perceived threat level had dropped. The Thunderer Mark Roman II and had managed to wipe out most of the formidable anti-ship gun batteries installed on the surface. Its hangar bays were also empty after sending out all of the starfighters that the local pirate groups could scramble at this time. All of this meant that the Palace of Shame should no longer be able to threaten any outside enemies anymore. The story would probably be different from any invaders that attempted to step foot inside the asteroid base, but that could easily be dealt with after the human coalition gained control over the surrounding space. What was happening at this moment completely defied everyone's expectations. They never thought that the secret treasure that had lured the Gemini family into organizing this joint operation turned out to be able to threaten their entire fleets at this junction. Vess narrowed his eyes. We need to attack the Palace of Shame and disable whatever is inside as soon as possible. Has the Gemini family said anything? The Geminis are still deliberating after we have supplied them with our findings. Wait, they have just transmitted a message. They agree with our assessment and have decided to switch to Plan X. Plan X was one of the contingency plans, which assumed that the Palace of Shame posed an existential threat to the human coalition and needed to be handled in the most expedient manner possible. If the situation had deteriorated to the point where such extreme measures were needed, then no one should hold back on account of preserving whatever valuable treasures the aliens had hidden inside the mysterious asteroid base. Securing their survival was much more important than increasing their profit. Everyone recognized that it was impossible to enjoy any spoils if they died in the process. Vess turned grave. I don't know what is going on, but I doubt the aliens who are in control of the Palace of Shame will be charitable enough to do us a favor. We need to break open this asteroid base as soon as possible. Everyone moved quickly. The Eye of Ilvain, along with other ranged mechs, no longer paid much attention to the remnant pirate starfighters and warships that were still in the fight. Instead, they all began to open fire at the Palace of Shame, prioritizing any areas that were no longer covered by segmented energy shields. The amount of damage they could inflict on the asteroid base was massive, but the problem was that it was covered by so many reinforced alloy walls and other artificial structural elements that it became increasingly more difficult to drill to the center. Let us do the work. Compared to all of the regular Mech forces, the Ace Mechs were much more capable of drilling their way to the core of the alien asteroid base. As always, the Thunderer Mark Roman II excelled in inflicting mass destruction. Though St. Gelmer Osenring previously received instructions that prohibited him from dealing too much damage to the interior of the Palace of Shame, his latest orders played a different tune. The Ace Mech's formidable artillery mechs pounded at the Palace of Shame and inflicted impacts and shockwaves that tore huge chunks of internal space apart. The Mars, the infinite gear and the embodiment of love, utilized their own ranged weapons to follow up on the strikes of the Thunderer Mark Roman II. The overwhelming firepower of 4 powerful Ace Mechs resulted in a rapidly deepening hole. The tunnel ignored any existing internal layouts and drove straight towards the center of the enormous base. As the Ace Mechs continued to open a way forward, the spatial fluctuations continued to rise in scope and power. Not only did the disturbances affect a larger area, but they also began to interfere with the performance of many different transphasic systems. Our gravity net is down. Any attempts to activate a warp drive will cause an explosion. Our Ace Mechs are able to retain their original functionality, but their pilots are reporting that they need to exert increasingly more power to resist the adverse environment. Vess had the feeling that they were running out of time. If they didn't take action in the next minute or so, it may be too late for them to stop the event. Our Ace Mech have hit something. Everyone quickly turned their attention to the main feed, which displayed what the Ace Mech had bumped into after drilling a hole to the center of the Palace of Shame. That's a spatial barrier. Wait, there is something underneath. It looks organic. As the hole continued to widen after the Ace Mech launched follow-up attacks, it slowly dawned on everyone what had been hiding in the center of the Palace of Shame all along. That's a phase whale. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they realized the horrible truth that had been hiding under their noses all along. Though Vess initially accepted this shocking finding, he quickly grew suspicious when he sensed something disturbing about the creature buried inside the asteroid base. That's not a regular phase whale. A noble and intelligent creature like that wouldn't randomly hide inside a giant space rock called the Palace of Shame for no reason. I'm afraid this beast is something worse. We may have stumbled upon an outcast of the phase whale race. You means? I think we have just drilled a hole in the cell of a rare, but dangerous unclean whale. An unclean whale. Unlike regular phase whales, who continuously augmented their enormous bodies by engaging in bioresearch, an unclean whale instead engaged in cannibalism to steal the augmentations of their own kind. They were the most feared and notorious criminals of the Red Ocean. Their danger level exceeded that of regular phase whales due to how violent and unscrupulous they behaved.